I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. On our agenda, I'd like a motion to approve, but that would be with a change, and we'd be deleting item 13 on our regular agenda.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second, okay.
Thank you. Sean, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
Yes. Move on to our consent agenda. Consider a motion to approve.
I would so move, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a second by Aaron's. Sean, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
Yes. Move on to our opportunity for public comment. If there's anyone in the audience that wishes to come up and speak on items that are not on our agenda today, please feel free to do so. You'll be limited in time to 5 minutes. And if you have a representative that wants to cover the same subjects, that would be appreciated to save time. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to come up to the podium?
No.
If you'd like to come up to the podium, come on up. Good morning. Can you just state your name and address, please, sir?
Don Clausen, 47174 275th Street. We received notice from May Adams about a public hearing for a carbon dioxide, liquefied carbon dioxide pipeline to run through the county. My wife and I attended that meeting, and what we heard did not sound good. Get my glasses out. Did not sound good for Laval, or for Lincoln County. Is there something I can use to put this on the board?
Sorry.
There's a camera above you that if you... There you go. You just need to slide it over a little bit.
Okay, they're proposing the pipeline to run right through the Valley Township of Lincoln County. It's only 5 miles from the Sioux Falls city limits. To me, that's too close to Sioux Falls. Last year, our taxes jumped 233%. This year, another 85%. The city of Sioux Falls is moving out very rapidly. And I would like you as elected officials to care about the people, work for the people, and protect not only the present generation, but future generations from something like this. We live a mile north of the proposed pipeline, so it would not directly affect us. However, it's too close. I read the fine print from Dakota Rural Action, and I'm appalled by the fact that there is no backing out of a voluntary easement after it's once been signed. And here's a quotation: "A permanent easement preempts the landowner's future land development plans for the property." A voluntary easement allows SCS, the pipeline, full access to the entire property 24 hours a day. And furthermore, SCS passes on liability to the landowners and can sue if there's a problem. Furthermore, there is no insurance available. So I'd urge you as elected county commissioners to enter an objection to the Public Utilities Commission docket HP 22-001. that would not allow the pipeline to pass through northern Lincoln County. I see no reason that it cannot pass on the west side because it just contacts Delaware County in the corner. It could go all the way along the west side of Lincoln County to the south side and then go east. But I think the place for the pipeline is not, it is objectionable. It is not suitable. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to come up to the podium? If not, we'll move on to commissioner reports. Are there any commissioners who have reports this morning?
Madam Chair, last week, the 4-H had their fundraiser, which was extremely well attended. I think that Wendy will be up giving us a report on the amount of money that was raised for the construction of a building. On a lighter note, Commissioner Gibbon and I paid more money for 2 tickets to the fair, Empire Fair that had to set a record, but we had a lot of fun there. It was well-attended, and we'll leave the amount of money that was extended on that, but we helped contribute, in my mind, in a big way, so we'll leave it at there.
All right, thank you for that. Any other commissioners have reports today? If not, we'll move on to our regular business. First item on our agenda is public hearing.
This is a public hearing for the appeal of conditional use permit number USE-0008-2022 to amend conditional use permit number USE-0002-2020 to expand an existing Class A cattle CAFO from 1,000 head to 2,000 head on the property legally described as Tract 1A, Southwest Quarter, Section 34, Township 97 North, Right 49 West.
Thank you. Good morning, Toby.
Good morning. So this item is an appeal. On February 22nd of 2022, the Planning Commission conducted its meeting. At that meeting, it approved conditional use permit use 0008-2022. That was to expand an existing CAFO from 1,000 to 2,000 head. After that public hearing and deliberation, the Planning Commission did approve 4-2. As you're aware, there wasn't any Board of Commissioner representation because that night you had a conflicting meeting in Sioux Falls for the joint jurisdictional meeting. Today is the time and place for a public hearing for the appeal of this conditional use permit of the Planning Commission approval. As you can see on the screen, the board, after the public hearing is closed, shall vote to either uphold, overrule, or amend the decision of the Planning Commission. The applicant owner for this conditional use permit is Primo Feed Yards LLC. Location is approximately 8.34 miles southwest of the city of Canton, as shown on the screen. Parcel size is 20 acres. As you can see, subject parcel is zoned A1 agricultural, as well as all additional surrounding properties on the screen. Property has as was approved with conditional use permit use 0002-2020. The applicant did construct one total confinement barn, deep pit, with 1,000 head on that property. These are some shots of the screen. The east side would be looking directly into the facility with the new barn that was built. Applicant is proposing again to amend conditional use permit that was approved in 2020. That conditional use permit limited the site to 1,000 head. So the applicant is requesting to increase that to 2,000 head, so an additional barn on the facility. If you recall, at the time of submittal for the conditional use permit in 2020, the applicant had received approval for a general permit from DNR at the time, for the full 2,000 head operation. This proposed, again, operation, I won't go through all the staff report. There's enough public that wants to talk today, but within the staff report, you'll see that staff identified quite thoroughly that the applicant and the application meets all of the requirements for the zoning ordinance and for the comprehensive plan. So staff did recommend approval of it. Again, the planning commission did approve it 4-2. The applicant is in attendance this morning to answer any questions that you have, as well as the appellant, David Tutland. I don't know if he's here. I didn't hear back from him yet. But Mr. Tutland was the one that filed the appeal in our office. With that, we'd happy to answer any questions that you have for staff at this time.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for staff?
Toby, help me understand, we had a 20-acre parcel which we did approve 1,000 head. So how many head can you put on 20 acres? I mean, that's just a question I have, because we have limitations on everything. We had 1,000 on this 20 acres. So how many more can you put on 20 acres? Is there an unlimited amount, or we had an additional conditional use permit that we modified for that thing? So I'm trying to figure out, what direction are we going here?
I guess I can only speak to what's been proposed by the applicant. As far as for the county regulations, it would be like any structure that we permit as long as it meets setbacks. They would be able to construct barns on the site. But it would be limited by the manure management plan that they have to file with Daner. It'd be limited on some of those restrictions, as well as setbacks and those different types of things. But you did approve a conditional use permit in 2020 on an appeal for a Class A, but limited to 1,000 head. And I'll go up on the map once. I guess the other thing that I wanted to point out to better answer your question, I think some of the public's questions is that there's actually 2 separate facilities in that area, okay? And I'll show you here once. So the subject property that we're considering for amended conditional use permit this morning is this property here. This property is owned by Primo Feed Yards LLC. The existing open feed lot is not owned by the applicant. It is owned by Holstein Feed Yards LLC. It is a separate ownership, a separate facility, as well as the one across the street.
But it's at one location, Toby, correct? I mean, practically the same address.
Sure, yeah. But by law and by Daner, it's 2 separate facilities.
It looks very much like one feed yard to me.
Sure, yeah.
Toby, what is the appeal itself? I mean, what did it say?
So our office and the ordinance does not have a requirement that there be a reason for filing the appeal, but this was the appeal that was filed in our office. So we don't have an application or an application fee or a criteria for an appeal. The ordinance just states that there be a written filed appeal within 5 days. And as you can see, this one was filed the next day in our office.
Thank you.
Toby, was the odor footprint used on this one when it comes to Lands Lutheran Church that's out there?
Well, the odor
Did that meet, did we use the odor footprint at all? Is that relevant in this situation?
Yeah, so the odor footprint is required that they meet the 97% odor threshold. So the odor footprint goes out of the facility.
Yeah.
So, and the odor footprint, again, as I've stated previously, is that it didn't expand the standard separation distance. So the odor footprint didn't go beyond the 3960. So the church dwellings are all required to meet 3960 for a setback. So the church does meet the ordinance for the setback requirements.
Okay.
Toby, a couple questions here, and I may have more questions for you after we hear the testimony. With regard to the separate parcels up there, do they share common ownership interest?
That would be a question you could ask the applicant. The documents that I've seen, I don't believe they do.
Okay, so these are completely separate owners, they just happen to be co-located with each other?
There is a relationship there, but the ownership for this facility is, I believe, would be called the second, third. I believe the applicant could talk to that, but it's essentially second, third generation of this facility here.
Okay. And I think Commissioner Schmidt just brought up this issue of there being whether it meets the setback requirements with regard to the church out there. My understanding is there's a park out there as well. Is that park considered designated a county park or not?
No, it's not a state or a county park.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have questions for staff right now? If not, is the appellant here?
Thank you.
The appellant not appearing? We'll go ahead and start the public hearing about this. I would like the applicant to come up. Good morning. Could you just state your name and address, please?
Ross Holstein, 3579 Grant Avenue, Sioux Center, Iowa.
Thank you.
Owner of Primo Feed Yards, and Toby was correct. The owners of Primo are myself and my cousins, and the owner of the adjacent open lots is my dad and uncles. So yes, relation, but no direct similarities there.
Okay.
I also want to add with the odor footprint, we did take into account both sites combined when we did the odor footprint. We didn't just look at the two barns. We combined the two together to make sure, since they are such close proximity, we combined the two when we took the odor footprint into account. Yeah, we started this process a few years ago, the fall of 2018. And from the beginning, we applied for the 2,000 head. And 4 of you were here, I believe, when it got passed and then appealed the first time. And at that time, there was a lot of unknowns in just these type of deep pitted barns, and there was a lot of concerns about the upkeep of the property. And when you guys appealed it, or when you guys motioned or amended it to 1,000 head last time, there was a let's go and let's see improvements and the investment. And I would like to, if you've driven past lately and recently, there's been a dramatic change for the better. And on both facilities, the outside and the barns, it's we've been able to hire additional help. And for Jason, who's been there for 20 years, he's lived on site for 20 years, and we were able to hire an additional help through that. There have been many concerns throughout the planning and zoning hearings and the last appeal hearing. I'd like to just quickly touch on as many of those as I can. Odor seems to come up quite often, which is why we use the odor footprint tool that SDSU puts forth, which is why we combine the two lots together. These deep pitted barns have a much smaller odor footprint than open lot design. They're indoors, they're contained, so wind doesn't affect them as much. The surface area of the is a lot smaller, and since they're in a building, the odor is much less of a area that it reaches. Runoff water concerns with these deep pitted barns. They're engineered, they're monitored by the state. There are water boring that they monitor. So we continue to stay in line with state, and they continue that process of monitoring that. Setbacks, talked about the odor setbacks and the set 3/4 of a mile. Building eligibilities, there's been some concern about what about building on land that is owned nearby or whatnot, and if someone would want to build a dwelling there. Well, let me grab it here a second. In the zoning ordinance that you guys have set forth, it says it better than I think anyone could say it, but in Article 3, I can put it up if you want, or I can just read it.
Go ahead, it's your time.
Okay, so Article 3, I guess. So to address the and this actually addresses a lot of the other, just the overall thought process going into everything and neighbors. So all neighbors within the setback, we had to acquire waivers, and on those waivers, it was limited at 2,000 head. And we said a specific number. This is what we are applying for, and the neighbors in the setback all signed off for the 2,000 head. If we would want to go past the 2,000 head, we would need to get new waivers from neighbors. We would need to go through the process again. So that's the limiting, Commissioner Schmidt, to your, technically when you get a Class A, you're permitted for 1,000 plus, 2,000 plus. But through the rules and regulations that are set, you need to get waivers, you need to go through the planning and zoning and you guys. So that's where the limiting comes in. So prior to any building permit being issued for any new single-family residence located in an ag district, a right to farm covenant shall be filed with the Lincoln County Register of Deeds on the parcel of land upon which the new structure will be located. Only the following shall constitute a right to farm covenant. Right to farm notice covenant. You are hereby notified that the property on which you are constructing a structure is in or near ag land, ag operations, or ag processing facilities or operations. You may be subject to inconvenience or discomfort from lawful agricultural or agricultural processing facility operations. Ag operations may include, but are not limited to, the following: the cultivation, harvesting, storage of crops, livestock production, ground rig or aerial application of pesticides or herbicides, the application of fertilizer, including animal waste, the operation of machinery, application of irrigation, water, other accepted customary ag activities conducted in accordance with federal, state, and county laws. Discomforts and inconveniences may include, but are not limited to, noise, odors, fumes, dust, inconvenient or smoke burning, vibrations, insects, rodents, and the operation of machinery during any 24-hour period. If you live near an ag area, you should be prepared to accept such inconveniences or discomforts as a normal and necessary aspect of living in an area with a strong rural character and an active ag sector. You are also notified that there is a potential for ag and ag processing operations to expand. This notification shall extend to all landowners, their heirs, successors, or assigns, and because it is required pursuant to the issuance of a building permit, may not be removed from the record title without consent of the Lincoln County Planning Commission. So I just feel you guys stated it very well, and specifically that's for new residences that would want to build on a quarter. But I also feel like that just the verbiage in there is just a good reminder for the ag community, the ag area that we are operating in. Additional concerns, general upkeep, which I referred to earlier, being able to invest more into this site. We were able to use a lot of the clay from the pit to improve upon the adjacent dirt yards, and we were able to hire extra help and to stay with upkeep. And if you've driven past, there's a night and day difference. A couple dry years have helped dramatically. But before that, it was 2 very, very wet years when we started this process. So there was those factors playing into it as well. Traffic, I know increased traffic. If you have more cattle in an area, there's going to be more traffic. I would beg the differ that actually local corn will be able to be utilized locally versus getting hauled to either town or to another feedlot elsewhere. And instead of hauling fertilizer into the county, there will be local fertilizer provided. So that sustainability of cattle that comes to the area will, you can make a case, would actually decrease traffic, just in the case that everything's staying within a couple mile radius versus coming in from outside the county or traveling all the way to town or this or that. Application of manure is, we have a nutrient management plan, so we have experts helping us to make sure we meet all requirements, county and state requirements. Yes, weekends, Sundays, we don't plan on ever applying on a Sunday. I want that day to be a day of rest, and weather permitting and all that, we'll work as best we can to just be reasonable when application time comes. It's a couple week period in fall, and so that application is, and we have more experts that could talk about that, but it's knifed into the ground, so it's not topically applied. It reduces the chance of runoff, it reduces odor, and just it holds the nutrients in the soil better that way as well. That covers a lot of the church. Over a mile away, yes, I go to a country church as well. We have hog confinements a half mile away. We have a dairy 1,000 feet away. I understand the concerns. We hold outdoor picnics and a week-long VBS, Vacation Bible School. Maybe it's because I've grown up in an ag community, but the direct effect, I have never once been, oh, that's really bad and this is very negative. Again, it might be just because I grew up in an ag and rural community, but I understand the concerns. However, I also feel that being a mile away, farming the ground right around, we don't farm the ground around for application for that purposes. Yes, within 3/4 mile, but same thing. Applying on a Sunday or a Saturday, if it looks like it's going to rain, because that rain will stimulate odors, we can be in communication, or we could have talks with, we will try to respect the church and the neighbors when it comes to application. The benefits of another barn, so that any other concerns I'm sure might come up, and I'd love the opportunity to address those if a new concern comes up. Benefits, county revenue, the sustainability of livestock, we touched on it in the traffic, but just the sustainability of utilizing local feedstuffs between distillers and corn stalks, corn, utilizing that and providing a natural fertilizer. If you got to go to the elevator and buy fertilizer, NPK, that is mined out of the ground, transported to the elevator, and then applied to the ground, whereas cow manure is a sustainable, natural fertilizer developed locally. The facilities, they take rain out of the equation, they take wind out of the equation. They are so-called like climate controlled to a point. They're engineered, the facilities are engineered, so concerns about construction of the engineered, they are monitored by the state again, and they're all engineered. It utilizes the adjacent feedlot, being able to start lighter weight cattle on the dirt and move them to the deep pitted barn, so you keep the weight down on the dirt. So in a rain year, in a wet year, those outside yards will also be able to get the benefit from the indoor yards, as well as having extra help by just utilizing the footprint that is there with labor and with just the pros of both together. Yes, I'm a 4th generation cattle operation, 5th generation farm. I live on the homesteaded place from 1889, and I really hope that one of my 4 boys has the opportunity to continue in the ag sector. And Lincoln County is a great opportunity because of the need for natural fertilizer, because of the need for livestock to generate revenue, jobs. Yeah, building generates, helps electricians, plumbers, construction, concrete. It's just a, and then it's a. Yeah, I believe in agriculture. I believe in growth and expansion. I believe in livestock and the need for livestock. to develop a healthy, sustainable county and a healthy, sustainable revenue stream for county and individuals. Local landowners have the opportunity to harvest high moisture corn. Will have the opportunity to not have to haul their corn. It'll increase basis, so it'll help everyone indirectly in that too, just livestock in general also. Yeah, I appreciate your time. I appreciate the process to a point, but I also want to just make that we've met all county requirements, we've met all state requirements, and at that once we meet those requirements set forth, and once we meet the requirements that by law, after that, I guess I don't know what to say after that point, but I trust Toby, trust the planning and zoning department that they did their job well, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. Who is on site on the property? Do you have somebody living there? so
Yep,
that
Jason
there's
Pier-
20
Jason
people
Pearson.
24/7?
Yep. He's been
And-
there for 20 years.
The building that you have proposed, how far is that from the property line that would be used to measure from the church here, for example? Is it set back quite a ways, or, because we usually measure from a building, but I have some issues with that, because I think we pay taxes to a property line, so I'd like to see it measured from a property line, but how close is that?
The second building, if you look, it'll be in the northeast corner, so the top right corner of the property right there. So it'd be as far away from the church according to that property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ross, with regard to your manure management plan, is your manure knifed in here in Lincoln County?
Yes.
Whereabouts?
And it's all within a 5-mile radius of the feedlot. Actually, probably closer to and I have other guys here that could talk on the specifics of that, but it will be local.
What parcel of ground would you say is closest to the church here that we keep hearing about?
It would be the piece directly, so it'd be right off the screen here. It'd be directly to the east. So there's the feedlot, field, acreage, right to the east of that acreage, so about a mile directly north. Or if you go kitty corner across the section of the church, there's a 60-acre piece there. I believe those are the closest pieces. Matt, yep. So those would be the two closest pieces.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and we'll hear from anybody here who wishes to speak in favor of the application. And for anybody that's speaking, you'll be limited to 3 minutes. Again, if there's a representative for the group who wishes to speak, that'd be the best idea to make this the most efficient as possible. But go ahead, just state your name and address, sir.
Good morning. My name's Andy Schulting with Nutrient Advisors from West Point, Nebraska. I got up first because just in reference to one of the questions about the manure management plan, our group wrote the nutrient management plan for this proposed facility. We've worked with the Holstein family for many years, know that they do a great job, and I just wanted to speak to some of the details of this specific nutrient management plan. We applied for this permit back in 2019 at the state level. They have state approval for these 2 barns and 2,000 head, which is really rare. Most livestock feeding operations that come before you, usually this is the first step. So that was a very proactive step on their part to go ahead and spend the money for the engineering, the nutrient management plan, to have that to present to you. They have just shy of 1,100 acres in their nutrient management plan. That's almost 50% more acres than what is required by the state to utilize the nitrogen that this facility will produce. I just want to speak from an environmental standpoint in general. These deep pit, completely housed operations are as environmentally sound as any sector of livestock that we work with. The manure is 100% contained by a concrete structure. It is 100% under roof. And when that manure leaves the facility, it is transported to the application fields and then subsurface injected. So the point in that is there is really zero opportunity for this manure to be mixed with runoff water, and certainly minimizes odors. The manure from these deep pit confinement barns is so consistent and so valuable from a nutrient management standpoint. It will be managed very well. As far as nutrient budgeting, this site will require that we soil sample up to 48 inches deep prior to every single application. We have to take credit for the planned crop, the yield goal, the nutrients that are in the soil, and then we will calculate a maximum application to meet the standards of that nutrient management plan. So there's a lot of steps, and the requirements of this nutrient management plan is well beyond what anyone has to do for commercial fertilizers. And from an odor standpoint, there just is no better way to possibly handle manure. I also did want to point out, just because I know the numbers, the question about the church and the setback. That church is about 5,800 and some feet from the proposed barns. That exceeds your county required setback by almost 1,900 feet, additional setback to what your county has determined is an acceptable setback to a residence or a church. So just wanted to point that out. I'm here as a reference if you have any questions about the permits or the nutrient management plan. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else present wish to come up and speak in favor of the application?
I'm Galen Lems, 47980 281st Street, Canton, South Dakota. So our family owns land that adjoins this property, and so I'm here in support of them transitioning to the Class A. I guess they're already there, but in support of them stepping up their numbers. Actually, I'm a real supporter of ag in Lincoln County. I know it's getting harder all the time with all of the people moving into the area. And so at times I've been a bit frustrated. It seems like every time we have one of these things come, before us here, it seems like there's a lot of complaints and pushback for expansion. And, I've heard of our neighbors, Nebraska and North Dakota, having some provisions in their state law supporting the farmer's right to farm. And so I did a little digging this week, and actually I was pleasantly surprised to find out that the state of South Dakota actually has policy in place. And then I was even happier still to find out that Lincoln County has the right to farm notice covenant as well for all the new houses that are being built. So I did make copies of that. I don't know, would that be something you guys are interested in? I have one, I've got the state as well as the county here. I'll just give one to you so you can. Good morning. Get both of those. It's
Thanks,
similar
Gail.
document to what you put up there.
Thank you. Thank you.
So yeah, he covered most of that, so I won't repeat a lot of it, but I don't think the language can be any more clear. If you're going to move into the country, you may be subject to some inconvenience and discomfort from lawful agricultural or agricultural processing facility operations that may include, but are not limited to, the following: cultivation, harvesting, storage of crops, livestock production, ground rig or aerial application of pesticides or herbicides, application of fertilizer, including animal waste, the operation of machinery. It goes on to say, additional discomforts and inconveniences may include, but are not limited to, noise, odors, fumes, dust, smoke, burning, vibrations, insects, rodents, operation of machinery, including aircraft. If you live near an agricultural area, you should be prepared to accept such inconveniences or discomforts as normal and necessary aspects of living in an area with a strong rural character and an active agricultural sector. And then it really does address growth as well. You were also notified that there is the potential for agricultural or agricultural processing operations to expand. And the state has similar language in there as well. So it may not cover everything in specifics, but I think the overall intent is there, that we still want to try to provide for sustaining agriculture in our state and in our county as much as we possibly can. So I'm thankful for those protections. And I'll skip some of that, we already went through. So I remember the last meeting that we were at when we made this decision. I think it was Commissioner Aaron's that kind of helped make the compromise, said, well, let's try one and see how it goes. And I've kind of kept tabs on this project from start to finish, as we own the land around there. And yeah, it's been great. I mean, I worked, I did some work on this building site right out of high school back in 1988, so that's 34 years ago. And I've driven by it ever since for 34 years, and I can tell you that the place has never looked better.
Thank you,
So,
Galen.
Yep, thank
Time's
you.
up. Anybody else wish to speak in favor? Good morning, sir. Would you just state your name and address, please?
My name is Lynn Hurley. I live at 48032 277th Street here in Canton, South Dakota. As a backdrop, I previously served, as did many others in this room, on the ad hoc committee that was formed by Lincoln County Commissioners with the purpose of evaluating various zoning standards for livestock development in Lincoln County. As you know, the best practices, where the gold standard for zoning laws and regulations is they set clear expectations for business people and business families. They are to be consistent and predictable and relevant, so people can plan and set goals and are based on a firm foundation so that these families may move forward in Lincoln County. This applicant has followed that process to the letter, has been before Planning and Zoning and Lincoln County Commissioners, and as either body has requested them to make adjustments to their operation or to their plan, clean something up at their site, prove their commitment to their property, their investment, or to this community, they have done that with each request without delay or hesitation. Planning and Zoning approved the facility for 2,000 head, not once, but twice. They said this family needed to improve the facilities, and they did that. And if you drive by it today, it's a much improved, and it's a beautiful barn. To my knowledge, this family has exceeded every Lincoln County zoning ordinance required of them or special request that has been asked of them. They have listened to every objection and respectfully made adjustments. In my opinion, this is a respected family-run business, operated over several generations. This family has proven stewards of livestock, crops, and the soil. And as people do battle over the emotional issues that come up on these issues, I just respectfully ask that we not forget the business of growing crops and growing livestock and raising livestock. This business of agriculture, it's still South Dakota's #1 business and most important industry in our state. This request this morning is responsible and sustainable agriculture, and these buildings are the best practices in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here that would like to come up and speak in favor of the application? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Nick Rao, professional agricultural engineer with Pro Ag Engineering in Jackson, Minnesota. I've been working with the Holsteins for 20 years, and I feel like this site and this facility and these producers should be welcomed in South Dakota. This is a top of the state-of-the-art facility where it's completely covered with no chance of runoff entering the building and no chance of a discharge leaving the facility. The concrete pit is completely sealed with every joint having water stopped, and the concrete pit provides a year's worth of storage for the waste. And that is critical to the success of these projects. Most complaints and issues usually occur during land application. And having once a year storage where you can apply during ideal conditions is real critical to the success of these barns. And then also in regards to the odor footprint, this barn takes 1/10 of the size of an open feedlot. And those are much cheaper to build and usually a lot less controversial of having an open feedlot. But it's 10 times the size. And also with that, it has a 7 times greater odor emission factor. So an open feedlot, much bigger issue of odor and drainage and things like that. This is a state-of-the-art facility. And I just, feel like we need to take pride that our food is being grown locally where we can watch it being raised. And I hope we never have to rely on our food production from foreign areas. And I feel, and I've seen firsthand, that livestock production has kept young farmers on the farm. And I think that should be a priority for the county. And if you have any questions on any of the engineering of the site, will be available. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come up and speak in favor of the application?
Shane Zylstra, live at 28863 471st Avenue. And without repeating a bunch of stuff these guys have said, we've worked with the Holsteins and kind of like Ross was saying, it's a good place for us to get rid of grain. And as young farmers, we got to work together. We grain farm, they have cattle we can feed our corn to. They're going to be around a long time. They're a good family. They're good to work with. They're people we want here. The wet corn, we don't have to build storage. We can get rid of it. We can harvest early. The manure, we use some hog manure, and phosphorus is a big part of growing crops, and we have a lot of fields that need some fertility build. Manure is good to build fertility because if we're going to do it with commercial fertilizer, it's about 30% available the first year, leaving it there for 2 or 3 more years before we can use it to run off, go where it needs to. Manure is about 80-some% available. So it's ready for the crop to take up. We can get that build a lot faster, a lot more environmentally friendly. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
John Thompson, Beersheba, South Dakota, 47333 295th Street. Me and my son farm, we deal with Primo Feed Yards and the Barkay Enterprises. Sell them high moisture corn, get compost manure from them. There's nothing better than that compost manure that we get from them. This deep pit cattle barn will be better yet. These guys are very nice to deal with, never have any problems with them. And one of our, we have people here, that are willing to invest in Lincoln County. And when you take that barn and you put the roof over it, all these guys say, and they're right, the odor is not there like it is in an open feed yard. But they're going to end up paying a lot more real estate taxes on this and everything else, and we need to make the county grow. We have to have this tax base, and taxes went up for these acreage people 30% in the last 2 years. And I'm not saying that these are the answers, but this adds money to our tax base, which helps our roads, our bridges, our schools. Schools take a lot of money for this deal. When you have people willing to invest in our county, why wouldn't we do that? And as we keep shutting these, hog barns, everything else, we keep shutting these things down. We didn't want windmills. The county didn't. You got to ask, what do we want? Sioux Falls Regional Livestock, when they built that facility, there was a lot of controversy over that. There's been 5 businesses right out there that popped up. The convenience store right across the road is doing absolutely wonderful because of that. So we do need livestock in our county, and that's the only thing that's going to hold everything together for this agriculture. And for these young guys starting my son, I worry about that because in order to be sustainable, to do what he needs to do, we are gonna definitely need livestock in the equation to make everything blend together. These guys do an absolutely tremendous job of manure management and everything else, and I say we deal with them, and they're very good to deal with. And this manure is a way better product than commercial fertilizer. Commercial fertilizer runs off, goes in your creeks, goes in your rivers. This manure stays there. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else want to come up and speak in favor of the application? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm Eric Lowe, 712 East St. Andrews Circle in North Sioux City, South Dakota. I'm a cattle nutritionist, and I do work with the Ross at other feed yards that they feed cattle at. And I wanted to make a few comments on that, just to demonstrate just how in line the nutrition gets with feedlot cattle, with regard to just knowing the amount of trace minerals that are fed every day. We fine-tune things as much as we specifically can for the health and growth of the cattle. And that it feeds into the nutrient management plan of trying to minimize any of the excess nutrients that we have, but maximize the need of the cattle that we use in what is fed. 4 main points of thinking through this project in general. The need for these barns could be looked at as trying to have an optimum use of the facility for cattle, where there are need for outside pens, dirt pens, yet you have these barns to add the efficiency of the growth of the cattle. So with that regard, those barns can be a real advantage for the cattle and just the whole flow of cattle through that pen system. The sustainability process, that's been discussed and it's very important. Whether it's the corn being fed and so on, but the pounds of feed that go through that can be fed locally is substantial. There's just substantial tonnage of product that can be used, stored on site to really be efficient use of and flow of product on trucks. The economic standpoint of any feedlot in the region right now is significant. It really always has been, but right now, there's going to be, not speaking specifically for anything that this location would have, but in general, for the different feed yard clients that I have, that we're going to be spending at least $3 per head per day for feed during the finishing period right now. So you look at that and you look at all of the economics of that. There's a lot of dollars that flow through these feed yards, whether it's corn or other feedstuffs that are utilized from other regional processing facilities. And then the process of management of the cattle, the fine tuning to the best that we can with the feedstuffs available, is something that I want everybody just to keep continually thinking about. For that leads to a very efficient use of those inputs and done in a very productive way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in favor? If not, anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the application?
I'll need to switch this over to the other mode, so. Not sure IT is here or, need to go to the, to run it, I think I've got it now, I think it's there it is, okay, we got her, okay. Okay. I'm not seeing that in there, let's see. Is IT there, or is it?
Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yeah, I got a video. Is it in here? I don't see it there. DG? Oh, maybe. No. No. There, maybe it's this one right here. It's that one right there. DG? No, no. Presentation? No? Okay. Yeah, I don't see it. Wait, okay, there it is. There we are. Yeah, okay. Good morning, Dave Gillespie, 1125 East Elder Street, Canton, South Dakota, formerly 29064, 480th Avenue. We are just east of the feedlot. We're coming up on County Road 148, and off to your left there is the youth center from the church, and here's the sign entering the youth center. We'll pan over there, you'll see that. This was a drone video that we took. Here is the prayer garden that was put in a couple years ago. I think we're still adding to that. We're coming up on Lands Lutheran Church. And you'll see the parsonage there on your top of your screen, and then the Rosenbooms live to the north there. You'll see the prayer garden again. There's some playground equipment. We'll pan around here to the cemetery. The church is 150 years in the making. They're celebrating their anniversary this year. In a moment, we're going to move north here across the Paulson property. I'm just going to read a couple things here. The current setback is 3,960 feet, is insufficient. We urge the commissioners to either increase the setback for churches or consider the church an institution or multicultural center because of its different activities that occur there. There is no current setback for institutions in these ordinances. So the commissioners can use their discretion as whether the facility is too close or allow the expansion and urge to increase the setbacks to include the church. Here's the Saunders property that's owned by Primo LLC. We are coming up the gravel road now to the facility. We're about 300 feet in the air, roughly. There is one of the lagoons, and as you can see in this picture, we've got the Barquet off to your left, and then the building off to your right there, the 1,000 foot building. We've been through this before, and we just want to protect our area here. My wife is in the audience here. Our farm's been in the family 122 years, and we're fine with the facility the way it is. I actually voted for the 1,000 head, but I feel that's enough. If it goes to a Class A, then it could be unlimited and affect a lot of things. So, but that is all I have at this time, and I thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come up and speak in opposition to the application?
I'm going to remain up here just to help my wife a little bit. Toby, you want to come up here again? Let's see. Where do we get back to that video? Right there. There we go. Yeah.
But I need to put it on pause for a second.
Okay, pause it. Right there. Oops. I'll back it up here. Go ahead.
Okay, Pam Gillespie, 1125 East Elder Street, Canton, South Dakota. My husband and I have owned the property just east of the section of that proposed expansion of the feedlot. The address there is 29064 480th Avenue, Canton, South Dakota. Our farm has been in the family for 122 years. The Brill Creek, you want to go back to that?
That's
the Brill Creek starts just east of the feedlot and flows east to southeast, which we're already past that. This is our farm right up there on the upper corner, through our property into a watershed dam. Why would you put a large feedlot that close to where a creek does start? You can see the creek pattern. You can go ahead now. Oh, there's where it starts. Okay. You can see the creek pattern that goes through our property back, and it does back up once in a while on our land and crops. After the dam, we're slow here now. It does go, after the berm, it does go east to southeast down to other people's properties, as you'll be able to see in this picture here eventually. Dave's a member of the Brill Creek watershed, and downstream from here, they were working on a dam, and he fell in, which ended up with infection in his foot and had to have surgery, which was in a knee scooter for 3 months and a PICC line for 36 days. How clean is this water? Here's a picture of our farm, our field. I'd like to
Switch over again.
I'll put this up here so you can see. Here's a picture of our field when the water was backed up on our property. This was taken around the same time as Saunders Well was contaminated. I have a few concerns on the feedlot confinement that is there now. The pit is cement and lined at the joints with a rubber seal. As I think we all know, with age of cement cracks and it goes into the soil and water. They have said that there's a tile line around the building, and my question is, where does that go into? Is there a protection for us landowners next by? In 2003, Barkay came and asked for a feedlot on that corner, which they got a Class C. In July of 2020, Primo asked for a Class A, but got a Class B. Primo came back and asked for a Class A now, which is unlimited. All these are on the same address. How many times do we have to come back to the feedlot expansion? Please vote no on the expansion on this Class A. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition?
Tiffany, I'm going to remain up here just to assist them here. So. We need that other area now.
My name is Dr. Faye Fossum. My address is 48071 289th Street, Canton. I've been a lifelong member of Lance Church, as was my dad and his dad. And my great-grandfather was one of the first members. Besides being a member, I'm the chair of the Lance Church Council. I'm the organist. I run the sound system. I videotape church services that are put on our website that is viewed throughout the United States, and I'm also the church historian. I do a few things. Anyway, I would like to talk to you about what we offer our young people as far as Vacation Bible School and our youth group. Our Vacation Bible School runs for about a week down at our youth center. It is open to all children, whatever church or whatever denomination. It gets to be a lively 5 days. They do put on a program at night towards the end of the week where parents and grandparents and anyone else wants to come. I think we also serve hot dogs. Our youth center originally was a horse barn. It was in the village of Moe, which is on the east side of the section. It was moved down to the park. We had a pastor who envisioned a park and was instrumental in having it moved. We refinished it. We put it in a loft with a small chapel inside. There's a fireplace. We did add a shelter, and those are some of our Vacation Bible School kids in the shelter. Some of the activities they did. Some of our adult teachers. So yeah, we usually run about 30 kids for Vacation Bible School. The shelter and the youth center, if there's inclement weather, they can stay inside. When they have breaks, they can go up and play on the playground equipment. So that's. Are you having fun?
I guess I am.
Oh, okay. What you're seeing there is that square pad is we're going to put a gazebo on that, and that is part of our prayer garden. This is our prayer garden. It's on the west side of Lance Church. We have, over the years, built it up. We've had people contribute up there. Where you see the pulpit and the cross is where our pastor delivers his sermon. I'm usually in the back videotaping that service outside on a Sunday morning. And my concern is the smell. I really don't want to have people coming to church and go, ooh, it stinks out here. We also have weddings out here. A beautiful place. We have our trees keep us very cool when it's warm. And we just kind of keep upgrading the prayer garden.
Cut it off, I guess. Right.
Oh.
I'll cut it, so go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you just wrap up, please?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak in opposition?
Good morning. My name is Douglas Lund, and I was born in Lincoln County. Live at 3004 Spruce Lake Court, Sioux Falls, and I owned a quarter of land in Norway Township, which is directly across from Primo Feed Yards. Primo, I believe it's pronounced. But my first question is, I heard all these testimonials how good all this is. How come they ain't got it over in Iowa? Why would they come to Lincoln County and contaminate the land here if it's got all the good attributes? What are they doing here? That's what would be usually, if it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And my concern is my land is just across the road from them, and I have a 175-foot well there. And I would hate to see my well contaminated. At some point, maybe one of my children will build a home there. And they talk about odor. And I've been there. I spent considerable time there cleaning up and burying and cleaning the property up. And I smelled the feed yard on every occasion I was ever there, if the wind was in the right direction. So they talk about smell. The smell is there. And I've heard that there's a acreage right in the vicinity here of this feed yard that got the well contaminated. And to make the situation go away, somebody bought the property, but the well's still contaminated. So I don't think this is an issue that's going to go away. No matter what type of building they use, no matter what they present here, I think they've got an issue that's not being addressed, and that's contamination of the land. And I would hope that this permit gets revoked based on the fact that the future issues at hand. And there will be some, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come and speak in opposition?
Morning.
Morning,
My name is
sir.
Don Paulson. I live at 29042 480th Avenue, which is 1 mile east of the cattle site. My concern is, I was going to show a few video clips here, but it's of the church, of the pastor.
There we go.
Okay, and I'm concerned about the smell. I mean, we talk about odor setbacks. Well, that's fine, but I don't mean to make this lightly, but the odors don't know where to stop, you know. So very things can move the odor different directions. And being 1 mile east, I get those odors as well. Okay, so we'll be showing these here video clips that's the things that are going on at the park and at the prayer garden. And I have another concern that I haven't really heard any answers about, and that's, you know, what is this feedlot, what are they doing for our economy of Lincoln County? What are they adding to our financial, or, you know, I wonder where do the cattle come from? They come from Iowa, then they go back to Iowa? I mean, it's just questions I have. And where does their feed come from, the commercial feed? How about the hay? Where do they buy their hay from? And their gas and fuel, where does all that come from? And then, like, for the people that are living in the house, where do they buy their groceries? You know? So I don't know. To me, it looks like it's all coming from Iowa, and it's all going back to Iowa. Sure, they buy water and electricity and taxes, but how does that help all our small businesses? So that's all my concerns. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to come up and speak in opposition?
Good morning. I'm Char Rodway. My address is 47672 289th Street at Canton. I have been a lifelong member of the Mo Parish in Hudson, South Dakota. I'm going to provide just a little bit of history. The Outdoors with God is a greeting that meets the visitor's eye as they enter the park, which is nestled beside Lands Lutheran Church. The park is owned by the three churches, Lands, Rumsfeld, and Trinity, which are all in Norway Township. One of the symbols of unity for our three churches joined together to form one parish is our parish park. Here we play together, fellowship together, and worship our God together. This September, we will be celebrating 150 years. The establishment of the parish park and youth recreational center was one of the major achievements of the Mo Parish beginning January of 1946. The 10 acres adjoining the parsonage would become a beautiful park where people would gather for picnics and meetings, as there was and still is ample parking. The horse barn would be moved from the east side of the 10 acres to the center of the park and be remodeled. Half of the hayloft would be removed and then a chapel built in the west half of the hayloft. There is a kitchenette and meeting room on the first level. A beautiful fireplace anchors the east wall, which is constructed of native rocks. Interior is a knotty pine finish on walls, and the outside is a cabin log siding. The plan also included planting of the trees, beautifying the grounds, furnishing essential equipment for various games, remodeling the Brooder House into the doll house for the little kids, and then adding a playground that would include swings and a swirl merry-go-round. On May 30th, 1946, a dedication and memorial service was held. The Memorial Prayer Chapel in the Youth Center was furnished by the Solom family in memory of their son Norman, who was killed in a tractor accident. About 1,000 people attended the dedication and picnic, lunch, and recreational program on that day. Today, we continue to maintain the facility and grounds, which is used by various groups, families, used for church services, confirmation, baptism, vacation Bible school, and weddings. A special event is held annually, which is the 4th of July, which brings in 400 to 600 people of the community. Also, some family reunions are held in the park. The celebration includes an old-fashioned picnic, good entertainment, games, cartoons, and treats for the kids. At dusk, it's concluded with fireworks for the celebration. Through the years, Mill Parish Park has proven to be a real asset to the community, and we are so thankful Pastor Snesrud, who created his dream in 1946, with the help of many in the community. It has truly been a godsend. How thankful we are that 150 years ago, pioneers wanted to have the gospel of Jesus Christ for themselves and for their children, and for the generations yet to come. And so they established these congregations. Over the period of 150 years, many have rejoiced in the Lord and have lived the life of faith to the glory of God.
Ma'am, would you wrap up your comments, please? Your
Okay.
time's expired.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to come up and speak in opposition? Again, we've heard a lot about the church. I'd like any further comments about the church, please pick a representative. It's getting a little repetitious on those issues. Good morning.
Paul Paulson, 1309 West Murphy Drive in Sioux Falls. I'm part of the Paulson family that owns the land directly south of the Sanders farm. And my nephew is the 5th generation on that farm, and his kids are the 6th. Right now, the 4th and 5th generations are the people that own that land. And we've taken great pride in being able to keep the land together, get our nephew to living there. He owns the acreage. And the history, I'm not going to repeat that. The history is there. Mo is there, which was a community. They started building a railroad out there. And due to other circumstances, that was dropped. But that was quite a bustling little community there. So there's history there. You know that. I would just ask that you look at the rules and that you have laid out, the setbacks and all that, for Lincoln County being the fastest growing county in, I don't know, in the state for sure, if not in the nation, one of the fastest growing in the nation. I think we have to protect the rural people that are there. And as far as being able to farm and add more livestock, I understand why they came to South Dakota. You go to Iowa, and all you smell over there are hogs, hog manure. Doesn't matter where you are. So that's just common. But I don't know that that's what we want for Lincoln County, which is one of the fastest growing counties in the state. So I just appreciate if you would turn this permit down.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come up?
Ernest Stropmeyer, 28503 474 Avenue, Worthing. One of the first places where I see that we get off track here is when they refer to these commercial industries called CAFOs, which are factory farms, and refer to it as ag when it's an industrial, commercial structure and building. It's not anything like a regular farm. I grew up on a farm. I've lived here all my life except while I was in the service and went to school. And I know what a farm is. A confinement is not ag. That's the first thing that needs to be cleared up. The county has their ordinance which says they're to protect the health and welfare of the people. And when these confined animals, which is not anything like a farm where you have animals on the dirt, the odor, doesn't matter if you have engineers, experts, whatever you want to refer to it as, or state of the art, they are concentrated, intensified contaminants that they spew into the air, on the ground, and it gets into the water. And you already have seen the water contamination when it ran off there to the east and those people had to leave because they were contaminated. Where was the help for the people that lived there that got their well contaminated? Where was the county? Where was the county management? Where was the funding? Why were the people left there alone to take care of it, and they ended up then having to leave because apparently they got bought out? Again, we hear about 0% chance of runoff. Well, there's proof in the pudding. It did already have runoff. Odors. I live, as an example, I live further east or west, and I live from a confinement. I live, if this was my place right here, I live 1 mile and 3/4 of a mile in the other direction from a confinement. And odors are a problem at particular times, such as when it's high humidity, and it happens. And typically it's like in the fall when there's high humidity, and there's been times when there's been cornfields, 8-foot cornfields between me and over a mile away confinements, and they're contained in a pit. So the statement that there is no odors coming from these is not true.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
I'll be done
Anybody
pretty
else?
soon.
Your time has expired, sir. Please have a
Yeah.
seat.
But the water is a
Sir,
problem.
your time has expired. Please have a seat. Everybody else is following these rules, and you can too.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come up and speak in opposition? Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, Anthony James Ventura, 47763 292nd Street, Hudson, South Dakota. The applicant applied for a permit in 2020 for two 1,000 head cattle CAFOs. The passed in Planning and Zoning and appealed to the Lincoln County Commission, where the decision was made to limit this property to 1,000 head of cattle. At this point, the applicant had three options: appeal the decision to court, wait for 6 months and reapply, or accept the Lincoln County Commission's decision and build a 1,000 head facility, is what the applicant did. Now the applicant has come forward asking for an expansion of the current 1,000 head facility. Our 2009 ordinances 1209B is very black and white, and this request have never should be moved from planning and zoning. 120B states any person who owns, operates, proposes to operate Class A, B, C CAFO as defined in these regulations shall be required to apply for CUP pursuant to these regulations whenever one of these following occurs. A new occupation is proposed where one does not exist. But now one does exist on their 19.87 acres. This ordinance was written in 2009 to protect regular farming applications and ag land and housing eligibilities from intensive ag CAFO stacking. So what I believe what we have here today is no expansion should be allowed on these 19.87 acres. The applicant painted himself in a corner when he decided to accept the Lincoln County Commissioner's decision and went ahead and built the 1,000 head CAFO. Now an additional 20 acres must be obtained and to build another 1,000 head CAFO. because you cannot build another building when one exists. A new permit must be obtained with new waivers for setbacks for another 20-acre parcel. And to go a step further, ordinances state that a size of no less than 20 acres is required for all Class A and B CAFOs. The property is only 19.87 GIS acres. This was questioned at the planning and zoning hearing, but the planning and zoning director stated that they use taxable or assessed acres, not GIS ordinance. The ordinance does not say 20 taxable assessed acres. It says less than, it does not say less than 20 acres. So why are we using taxable acres instead of actual measured acres? I'm gonna have to shorten it a little here. Also, interestingly enough, the 19.87 GIS acres that was listed on the parcel map at the last planning and zoning has been removed, and only assessed acres are listed. Nothing like changing and hiding information during the hearing process. The word cover-up comes to mind. In review, I want you to turn down this application. I also want to explain the right to farm is for a transfer of housing eligibilities, not for the original eligibilities. And the right to farm is not the right to harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come up and speak in opposition? Good morning, Cindy.
Good morning. Can I put some things up?
You sure
on
can.
here? Are they ready to go? Oh, okay. All right. Take this off for a minute. All right. In 2018, I'm always talking about South Dakota Odor Footprint Tool. It's my baby, I guess. In 2018, the South Dakota Odor Footprint Tool was adopted, not only as a prediction tool, but it was also adopted as a setback tool. According to our 1209 CAFO ordinance. As the South Dakota Odor Footprint Tool may not change the county setbacks for a single animal confinement, where it really shines is when you have multiple confinements and odor sources that lend itself to the cumulative impact of this tool. After the February planning and zoning hearing for the applicant, a couple of us citizens got with Dr. Thaler from SDSU and asked some questions regarding his analysis of the setbacks and the ellipticals. Because of the uniqueness of these adjacent operations and being unable to answer where the center of the elliptical for setbacks should be due to the cumulative impact, Dr. Thaler referred us to Dr. Nicolai, who is the person who brought the Minnesota Offset or Odor Footprint Tool to South Dakota. After visiting with Dr. Nicolai, he agreed that this was a unique situation and definitely needed some extra work to figure the cumulative impact of all the nearby odor sources. We as citizens hired Dr. Nicolai to perform an odor impact for the application with its current 1,000-head cattle barn and the proposed new barn along with the open cattle yards adjoining this operation, and with the 1,300 feet from the operation which a cattle yard seems to have sprung up. The size of the barns and the manure pits were obtained from the applications, and the size of the open cattle yard, along with the earthen basins, obtained from the GIS mapping and measurement tools. From the model presented last month at Planning and Zoning, there are some definite discrepancies. The barns are the same, but Dr. Thaler's model measures the open cattle yards at about 200,000 square feet less than Dr. Nicolai's model. Dr. Thaler's model also does not include the earthen basins or the new cattle yard to the east. Now, even though the measurements may be a bit off of the cattle yards because of its uneven shape, whoops, sorry, the wrong page here. I believe that our numbers are very close and very accurate. The earthen basins were included also, as the open cattle yard has used these basins for animal waste, and if they are not being used at present, they can go back into operation at any time, as can any part of the cattle yard. And because of this, they have to be included in the cumulative odor impact of this area. Dr. Nicolai also stated that cumulative impact should extend out to other odor sources within the current county setback, which would mean odor sources within 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile. This is why the cattle yard to the east, which used to be Sanders' property, was included in the calculations.
Cindy, can you wrap up? Sorry, time's expired.
I have a lot more that I'd like to really get out here, if I could.
I'm keeping everybody on the time limit, sorry.
Well, I'll just say this part, if you go through all of this, actually, Dr. Nicolai says that the setback should be at 4669, and we have 2 properties, again, that fall within that have not received waivers.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition? Good
Hello.
morning.
Hi, my name is Amy Evian. I live at 47924 290th Street. So that's approximately 1 mile north of this operation. And a couple of housekeeping things. At the last meeting, it was brought up that there was not a letter of compliance issues, a certification of compliance, and there was like a verbal confirmation that that was to be issued, but I don't think they actually presented the letter. They just said, yeah, it was to be issued on such and such date, so if that could be addressed as a, official document, I think that would be helpful. Another issue would be the transition from the DENR to the DANR with the ordinances really listing reference back to the DENR. There's a discrepancy in there. And I'm not sure how that's addressed, if that's amended or, specifically referenced, but leaves some open areas, I think, to refer to an organization that doesn't any longer exist. And the third thing I wanted to address related to the question about whether or not the park was a county park or not. It does specify in the ordinance that it's a county or state park, and I understand that it has to have some guidelines. If you plowed an acre of land, you could plant grass and call that a park, but I think clearly, if you drove by in your car, your grandchild would recognize this as a park. So although it doesn't officially be maintained by the county, there is all the qualities there. And when I think about the interplay between state and church and the community, I understand that's a complicated issue, and my mind goes back to my voter registration as a registered voter of Lincoln County. The place that's listed as my polling place is a church. And so I think there's some precedent there of that being somewhat of a public entity in a neutral space. And so I think that this park at the church being recognized in the same capacity would be very helpful. I've heard conversation about whether this cattle yard is one facility or 2. I think common sense, as you pointed out, is it looks the same as you drive by. And I think in the last meeting, they actually pointed out that they did use the new barns to facilitate the improvements on the open cattle yard area by shifting cattle around. So that would imply a more intimate relationship in the operations. Please correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I thought that's what they had shared at that meeting. And they did make improvements. I'm a layperson. I moved to the community about a few years ago, and I understand the ag nuances, but there also is the same quality attributed to the landowners in the documentation. The same point that they had shared about referencing the nuances provided to the community is counteracted in the document too, saying that any facility should be sufficiently separated from other land uses as not to unreasonably interfere with or burden enjoyment of neighboring lands.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? Good morning. Just state your name and address, please.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jan Fozzard. I'm from Alcester, South Dakota, 310 East First Street. And I don't want to go over all the air quality issues because that's pretty apparent. I think that a lot of people realize that the area is a high point. There's a there's a cell phone or TV tower just a few hundred feet to the south of the containment area. And that is the high point of Lincoln County. And I realized from the conversations going on around me that there is very apparent water contamination into the wells, and obviously, being a high point, all this is going to be seepage into the local farmsteads in the area. And somebody said they got severely infected from a water contamination by being in the water. Well, this water is obviously being contaminated all the way down the line in the Burl Creek area. But I did want to bring up one thing. I'll just read it so I can stay kind of focused here. But I travel that highway, County Highway 11, and it is a major artery of commerce and commuting for the rural townships. I've seen a lot of semi-trucks, farm machinery, and all the commuters were all mixed together in a 65-mile-per-hour speed limit. And that area being so close to the road, there's slow-moving equipment, hay trucks, grain trucks, turning off onto this really narrow, eroded township road. And I see that as a severely safety concern for the people commuting, not to mention the farmers. There's tracking off the road with rocks, sand, debris. That makes it an unsafe situation. And that little township road, I don't know who pays for that or the resources where they come from, but who is going to maintain that area? And also, I'm requesting the commissioners maybe to look at the line of sight issues on that county highway. There's a rise coming from the north, where if you're going 65 miles per hour, I can see these grain trucks being problematic to stop. And so I guess I look at it as being a high-risk area, and not to mention just if something will happen, but when it'll happen. And I've heard from people around the area that are a proponent for this. I've heard Minnesota, Nebraska, the person promoting this is from Sioux Center, and they're not impacted by this. People living in our community, they have to be compromised in their own backyards.
Thank you, ma'am. Your
And-
time has expired.
Okay. So I'm just going to say that it's not in their
Ma'am,
backyards.
please, your
So
time
thank
has
you.
expired. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition, please come on up. If not, Ross, do you want to come back up? Any commissioners have any additional questions for Ross?
Just to see has any last statement.
Mr. Holstein, do you want to just kind of, were there things that you wanted to address that people had commented on or had concerns with?
We touched on a lot of them beforehand, but
you
like a
did.
couple of the main ones would be like the compliance letter. We have that from the state. We have the official document there. And Sanders well, it was never determined where the cause. They had livestock in the facility as well, and any land in the area, runoff from any commercial fertilizer could have been. So yeah, and we did help them get rural water piped into there, and James lives there now here on staff. So
All right. Any other comments you'd like to make?
also the earthen basins, those are water basins. They're not manure storage pits. So that's why they were not taken into the odor footprint. And had they been, it still would have not brought any more residences into the area. And the open lot on Sanders, I don't know, Jimmy maybe has some chickens or I don't know where Jimmy's at. Yeah, so are you using that for cattle production? Yeah, so I'm not sure where that came from either.
All right, thank you. So this is our public hearing today. Our options are to uphold the decision that was made by planning and zoning, overrule it, or amend it. So to start with, I'd like a motion in the affirmative, which would be a motion to uphold the Planning and Zoning's decision or recommendation. Is there a motion? If not, is there an alternative motion?
Madam Chair, just for clarification, I think the request is to overturn, so affirmative would be honor that overturn.
Well, it just depends how you phrase the
I know.
motion. So if you want to make a motion, go ahead and
To
make it.
start the discussion, I will vote to affirm the request to rescind or overturn the planning and zoning's decision.
So, okay, you are,
Affirming the request to appeal, which would overturn the decision of planning and zoning, which was to grant the building
okay.
permit.
So your motion is to overturn
Yes, in essence, it's to overturn their decision.
the planning and zoning's determination.
Yes.
All right. Is there a second? If not, the motion fails. Consider an alternative motion.
Madam Chair, can I have Toby come back up?
Sure.
Ask a couple questions.
Sure.
Toby, you heard Tony Ventura's testimony, right?
Yes.
And I think he probably has, I don't know, has he aired some of that with you previously? Some of those complaints or concerns that he's had?
Yeah, it was aired at the planning commission meeting, yes.
What is your response to that testimony?
Which part?
I'll zero in on it. He was, I think, if I understood correctly, he was suggesting two main complaints, at least that I took away. Number one, with regard to this acreage issue, not being enough acres measured versus tax assessed. I'd like to hear your response to that one first.
So, that issue was raised at the planning commission public hearing that, on our parcel browser, which I'll get to that part here right now. So there used to be, and he's correct that we did remove it, there used to be assessed acres and then GIS acres. And so unbeknownst to me until I really discussed it with GIS staff is that when they're creating a parcel, they would draw it and then it would calculate the amount of acreages. And so there's a flaw there in that there's elevation changes and things like that. So when we say it's assessed acres, that's what the platted acres is. That's the legal part of it. It's not, I did say at the meeting right away, but essentially right away is not an issue with it. The assessed acres is what we utilize the plat, or we utilize the legal description for what it is. And so yes, there was a meeting with the GIS director, myself, and and Carla, the equalization director, where we were questioning what that was and the confusion that it caused, not only in planning and zoning, but also in people appealing their taxes too. Because there was a drawing of that that drew it, but it's not what the legal platted acre is. So that's my response.
So, in other words, the applicant, at least insofar as it relates to, has he complied with the letter of the law with regard to the 20 acres, he is in compliance with the 20-acre requirement?
Yeah, there's a filed plat that shows that property is 20 acres in size.
Now, I think the second issue, major issue that Tony brought up was compliance with the statute about whether there was a pre-existing facility, whether the facility is considered pre-existing or not. I don't know if I'm phrasing it correctly, but did you catch that part of the testimony?
Yeah, I think he's referencing that what triggers what would require a conditional use permit. And so this property, as you're aware, you sustained it, it does have an existing conditional use permit, and conditional use permits are amendable. So that's by our ordinance, that the applicant requests that be amended, and that's what they did.
Okay. So the permit is properly in front of us here today?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
since Toby's up there, I might as well ask a couple questions. Toby, clarification, have there been any complaints of this existing facility since 2019 that you're aware of?
There was a complaint in regards to has been discussed, which is public knowledge, that I was the one that filed the complaint with the state in my capacity. And so I was, there's a report, there's documentation of that incident. And so, again, the communication to my office, because I was one that filed the complaint on behalf of the Sanders, was that it was inconclusive. That they had livestock on their property, it was a shallow well, it was those different types of things. There was many things that could have contributed to what occurred at that site. But
And
again,
that was addressed at the first conditional use hearing, was it not?
correct, yep,
But that is the only complaint.
correct.
I have an additional question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
If this facility was treated jointly with the other property that is open feedlots, would the setbacks change?
No.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions for Toby?
Toby, if this goes to a Class A, that goes to unlimited, correct?
It is a Class A.
No, but I mean, does it go beyond that?
No, because these are the conditions, so these are the conditions that you amended back in 2020, which was, I get there once.
Mr. Holstein only has waivers for 2,000 head. He would have to start over, or he'd have to get new waivers and again ask to amend.
Go beyond the 2,000?
Correct.
So I'll answer that. So all Class A's in Lincoln County previous to this approval had no cap. They had no waiver cap. So this is the only one that there is a cap on currently right now it's 1,000 head. We don't permit barns, we permit how many head we're gonna allow on the property. And so this one, if amended, if upheld today, would limit it to 2,000 head. That's the condition that would change it to. And then the Planning Commission did take the recommendation to revise all the conditions, so we've learned a lot over the years. These are what I would call tighter conditions. So if it's approved, it's tighter conditions than what currently exists on the property right now.
So approving this appeal would increase it to 2,000 head, correct?
As condition number 11, yes.
Approving the appeal would turn down the application.
Commissioner Poppins, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Just now, when you made your motion, I just want to, there were some double negatives involved, maybe a triple negative, in fact.
It's confusing out what we have to do here.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
So we can just clear it up and I can understand where you're at and maybe make some motions or whatever. You wanted to turn down Mr. Holstein's request.
So to clarify, our motions typically should be in an affirmative to the request. The request is to appeal. So you either uphold the appeal or you turn down the appeal. So my motion would be to uphold the appeal, which would then, in essence, turn down their application for the additional barn of 1,000 heads.
Yeah, that not only.
I know, it doesn't, I'm
I
sure
know.
it confuses us,
I
it
know.
confuses everyone.
Thank you,
There's
Commissioner
this,
Poppins.
just so the public knows, there's this debate amongst towns and counties about whether or not you should phrase these,
How to phrase them.
how to phrase things in the appeals. Anyway, I think the real issue we need to get down to today, though, is whether to allow these people to move forward with adding an additional 1,000 head to the to their holdings. And, you know, I think a lot of people probably know where I stand on these things. We have to balance the rights of the landowner who owns the livestock with the rights of the community and who are surrounding property owners. You know, that they have property rights as well, just as this permit applicant has rights. And there's two competing themes here I've heard today. Number one, and they're both undeniable in my mind. The first is that agriculture goes to the essence of who we are in South Dakota and Lincoln County. It is true that we all benefit as a result of agriculture. People buy and sell cattle, they buy and sell grain, and then they go to Sioux Falls and they buy cars and they buy clothes and they buy food. I get that. That's how it works. We all benefit from that. I think Lynn Hurley gave some testimony to that effect earlier. But I want to point this testimony out from one of the proponents. And that is John Thompson. He raised an interesting question. He said, "What do we want?" And I think that's Mr. Thompson sitting there with the gray hair in the back. What do we want in this county? And I thought he brought the larger issue up of land use and land planning. That's really what's going on here is, you know, do we want to allow a larger head of cattle in somebody's backyard? Do we want to support agriculture? Of course we do. Can we find a way to make this work, follow the rules, but still respect the surrounding and adjacent property owners? And the other undeniable truth that I heard here today is that these people love their church. And when I start hearing numbers thrown around like 150-year anniversary, 122 years that they've been a member of the church, or that them and their family members have been a member of the church, we're not just dealing with insignificant complaints here. We are dealing with community members who are well entrenched and love their community. And we're also dealing with people who love agriculture and love their families. And just as a side note, I want to thank everybody today for the respectful debate, because we need more respectful debate in this country, not less. But back to the issue here of how do we thread the needle? How do we allow these people to add on to their herd, but to protect the rest of the community around them? And that's a discussion that I want to have today. I don't know if my other commissioners want to have that discussion or not, but I'm going to propose that. Galen, you are correct. I did make the motion last time because I thought that was the appropriate thing to do in order to get cattle production moving in this county. And I go back to Mr. Thompson's comments, of course, is what do we want? You know, when I ask my kids on a Friday night, where do you want to go eat? You know what they tell me? They tell me 10 different places they don't want to go. I don't want Who Hot, and I don't want Perkins, or whatever they say, okay? They all say that. But you know what they don't tell me? What they do want. And that's why I latch onto that question is, what do we want? Now, to a certain extent, we've got to follow the law. We're a nation of laws, not of men. We can't just wave our magic wands here as commissioners and do what we want because that's what we like or what we think ought to happen. We got to balance these rights.
Commissioner, do you have a motion?
Well, I will. I think the motion that I want to make is I want to make a motion to approve the 1,000 head, but I've got a list of conditions that I want on there. And that list of conditions, we can get agriculture moving, but we can do it responsibly. And we can do it in a way that protects the community. And because this is a conditional use permit, we're allowed as a county commission to attach conditions to the permit.
What are those conditions?
First thing I want to do is I want, as part of the conditional use permit, I want no more manure application within 1 mile of that church. I don't think there is already. I think the testimony I heard today is that it's 1 mile away already, correct? So there would be no more manure knifed in, or any kind of application for that matter, within 1 mile of that church. Second of all, any manure that is knifed in, I want an advance notice given to the parish or to the church of 72 hours, because here's what I want to avoid. Some guy and gal, a young couple, wants to get married out there, and they want to have a nice wedding day. Or the church wants to have a nice event out there like Vacation Bible School or whatever. These people, if they want to raise their cattle out there, and they've already said they want to be good neighbors, and I take them at their word, they should not want manure application to occur when any of those key events are happening at the church. And the way to make that happen is just simply to say, you got to call the church ahead of time and you have to deconflict with them. Because I don't think these people want to knife manure in when there's a wedding or there's Vacation Bible School happening. So let's just codify that. Let's make that a rule so that it occurs like that. I think the third thing that I heard was and this is where it may get a little sticky, and I don't know if my fellow commissioners are going to support me on this or not, but I want to throw this out there because I've talked about this next issue at length with many people over the years, and that is the use of an environmental bond. What an environmental bond is the landowner would simply have to purchase a landowner bond that is held in trust by a bond company. Pretty typical stuff. I mean, this isn't old Aaron's making this up. These things really do exist. And what it would be is they'd have to purchase a $50,000 bond. And what this bond would do is it would be on file for use if there was any kind of environmental damage or drainage easement, any kind of drainage or environmental problem that occurs out there. I don't think there's going to be, and I hope there's not going to be, because what I heard today was I heard from the opponents, and just so people know, I've got friends on both sides of this issue. What I heard today is that it is a closed system. But I heard some people trying to conflate the issue of the drainage and runoff problem with the new system. And so I think just so in our minds we're clear here, there may have been some runoff and drainage from the old system. That's where that would have had to have come from. But there's nothing from the new system. Now, could there be in the future? Yeah, it could crack and get damaged, and who knows what's going to happen. So just put the bond up and hope you never have to use it.
Any other conditions, Commissioner?
And then I think the fourth issue is a drainage easement that protects the neighbors. I think, is it Mr. Lund who said, or maybe I'm conflating a couple different pieces of testimony here, they were worried, maybe it was Pam Gillespie, they're worried about E. coli and other types of waste running onto their property. Let's have the applicant execute a drainage easement that basically makes him super responsible. I won't get into the legalities of this thing, but I think they could execute a drainage easement that elevates a level of responsibility for any runoff that would come from that system. And so those would be my four proposals or conditions that I would add on to the already existing conditions proposed by Toby Brown and his staff. So that's my motion.
Madam Chair, may I ask some clarification?
You may, and then I'm going to ask for a second, but go ahead and ask for your clarification first.
The 72-hour notice, Commissioner Aaron's, is that for any manure from that facility spread anywhere or applicated anywhere?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second?
Because I think there's merit to discuss some of the issues that Commissioner Aaron's brings up, I will offer a second for discussion.
All right. Any further discussion then on that motion?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please.
Yeah, Commissioner Aaron's, I don't disagree with a lot of the topics that you brought up. I'm trying to ascertain as when the appropriate time to start that implementation. You know, we have an application that's been in front of us, in front of the planning and zoning, adding some of these which probably need a considerable amount of public input to changing our rules, because it would really come more than just for this, I think it becomes a precedent for all applications. So I think it's appropriate that we would integrate that into our rules, and I don't disagree with most of the comments you made. I do believe that the drainage easement may be handled through the environmental bond, the concern there, because it's not only just from the feedlot, it could be off of where the application, the manure goes and all that stuff. So advance notice, that's just common courtesy. I think that would be a request that the applicants I would hopefully agree to. That's a simple request that could be done, just so that Mo Parish and the people that use that facility can have fair warning. And then maybe start a conversation, hey, there's a wedding come up, can we avoid that? And I think that's just a matter of communication, advantageous for both parties. So I could see us implementing that today. But as far as the environmental bond, drainage easement, and one aspect that I think that I would like us to expand, if at all possible, is monitoring of groundwater in some way. And I don't know how we do that, because we've had that raised up several times that wells do need to be protected. And as we look at increasing livestock at all in the county, that is critical, because groundwater, whether used for an individual's home or their own livestock, needs to be protected. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Poppins, just so you know, I had in my notes here groundwater, but the reason I didn't offer it is I was concerned that we may not have the authority or ability to monitor that. From the point of view of, we don't have people here at the county level who
don't disagree.
do that service. Yeah.
For my part, the manure application, I mean, I think they are outside of that 1 mile presently. And regarding the knifing into the manure with the advance notice, I think that's a two-way street. I think the church and Mr. Halsey, they need to communicate with each other about, especially, different events. 72 hours isn't going to fix the church's problems, or somebody who's planning to get married there. Sure, they can change their plans, but I think that communication needs to go both ways. With regard to the 3 and 4 of your proposed conditions, I'm not in agreement with those at this time. I'm not saying that we couldn't look at changing our rules so that they were going to apply across the board. But again, I agree with Commissioner Poppins that I don't like the precedent that it sets in kind of picking and maybe being a little more harsh to Mr. Hallstein than we would anybody else. I mean, my note was, what about everybody else with the drainage easement? I don't think it's fair to him to put that onus solely on him. So I'm not going to support the motion as it's been made. Anybody else?
Madam Chair,
Yep.
these are extremely difficult decisions to be made. And Commissioner Aaron's, you talked about what is it that John mentioned? What is it that we want for our county? I think it points out glowingly that this commission really should embark on some strategic planning and look to the future of where we're going. Because right now, we have an issue in front of us that shows that we really are trying to balance something between agriculture growth, a community that has 150 years of history behind it, and also a growing population that we have grown by 45% in the last 10 years, and we're looking at over 90,000 for the future. And what will that mean when we start talking about agriculture and individuals moving to the country? So I think this strategic planning is fundamental and something that we need to embark on right away. The other thing is, if you vote for this thing, sure, you're understanding, you're a bright young man, I've been by your facility. I voted for the original feedlot when Mr. Peterson, Dwayne Peterson, asked for that. I do have issues on the 20-acre business because I think we set precedent of 20 acres. How many feedlots do we put on? I know it's contingent. So if you vote no on this, you're not voting necessarily against it. You don't understand that ag encompasses our animal. And yes, I understand that. I understand all of that. But you're trying to balance what's fair and what's right. So I don't necessarily disagree, Commissioner Aaron's, with the things that you said. I think they're all very good. I think before we ever do any of those, we better take some public input and take a look at our ordinances so that we are balanced on this thing. So I'm not going to support your particular motion at this time. And I would hope that when we as a commission, though, look at this and however it turns out, that we leave here committed to the idea that we're going to have to take a look at our future and not do this on a Tuesday morning and make these critical decisions for our future.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead,
I
Commissioner.
guess I'm the only one left here that hasn't spoken. But we all agree that agriculture isn't anymore a farmer with a few hogs and a few milk cows and a few chickens and turkeys and so forth. That just isn't agriculture anymore. This is something that we have right now, confined animal feed operations. And we all know that we've heard some witnesses today. I'm someone that really does believe in the science. We've heard people about manure management. We've heard people about feed. We've heard people about various different avenues when it comes to agriculture on how they can control this. I've been in these CAFOs with beef. They're absolutely right. The manure management and the smell and that type of thing is much reduced. And so, yes, I do want to believe that we need these type of operations if we're going to sustain young farmers. But at the same time, I do understand the quality of life, and I do understand the people that have lived there for years and years and years. And I do think we do have to make some modifications if we're going to either move forward here or simply have to say to these people that, hey, I guess you're going to have to be satisfied with what you got because you did get a 1,000 head application approved 2 years ago. I was sitting here out in that crowd, much like some of you were on July 7th, 2020, when this decision was made. And yes, times change. I remember fat cattle futures in July 2020 were 96 cents. Now they're $1.26 for fat cattle, or $1.36, excuse me. Feeder cattle are $1.56 right now. You're making money, although I still argue that the packer's making too much, but nevertheless, obviously you have to make and invest into your investment because of that, and we understand. We've been by there, that place looks very nice, it's improved, but I don't know if I can approve this unless we put some qualifications down. I think Commissioner Aaron's is on the right track, and so I'll probably support it because I think that's the only way we can go unless we just simply deny and say you have to stay at your 1,000 head.
Do you have any comments?
Well, with the discussion that we're having, I mean, I'm in support of the additional 1,000 head. I'm just not in support of changing the rules. We have rules. Mr. Holstein has met those rules. I can understand the no manure application within a mile of the church, and maybe if Mr. Holstein can agree, or Holstein can agree to that, then maybe that's not an issue. Maybe number 2, to your motion is not an issue. I just think your proposals for 3 and 4 are something that we need to look at in the rules if we want to change the rules. I don't think we should do that for one applicant.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
For the audience's perspective, after speaking with planning and zoning over the last few months, I do know that we're hopefully going to add into our budget for next year the resources to revamp our comprehensive plan, which I think will assist in changing some of the requirements out in the county. It's well overdue, but it's going to be not a simple task. It's going to take some financial resources as well as time to get that done. I do think the topics that Commissioner Aaron's brought up are very worthy of discussion, especially the drainage easement and the bonding. And I cannot believe that the individuals involved in this wouldn't be willing to be a little more understanding to the operations of the Mo Parish and keeping the 1 mile setback. They may not be doing it now, but it doesn't mean that couldn't be doing it later, but I would like to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future. So I do support that portion of his motion, and I do encourage and support communication. You always would like to say people do it on their own. Sometimes we've got to put a little bite to it to make sure it happens. So hopefully there's somebody from the church that will be able to become a liaison to this conversation between the two entities. And I know our staff always enjoys having more responsibilities. Toby. But that's our job, is sometimes to have to step in and communicate. So, Madam Chair, with that, I'm going to move to amend the motion, striking the drainage easement and the 50,000 bond requirement, maintaining the 1 mile setback for application and a 72-hour minimum communication between the entities before application.
When you were the second on Commissioner Aaron's motion.
Yes.
So is Commissioner Aaron's willing to amend his motion?
I told Commissioner Poppins that I have no problem allowing him to amend it, but I would not support the amendment.
Well, then why don't we vote and then you can make
that's
it,
fine.
and then you can make your own
Motion- amendment
motion,
dies,
just so
that's
it's
fine.
clear. All right, so Commissioner Aaron's, your motion is to approve the additional 1,000 head of cattle, which would thereby be denying the appeal. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Sean, will you call the roll, please?
And excuse me, Madam Chair, are the 4 qualifications of Commissioner Aaron still intact?
Yes.
That is his motion, yes.
Correct, without restating all of them.
Thank
You're
you.
denying the appeal to add in 1,000 head, correct?
It's denying the appeal, which would strike down the permit.
Okay, let's everybody listen.
Yeah, let's get this straight.
Commissioner Aaron's made a motion to approve the additional 1,000 head with 4 conditions. No manure application within 1 mile of the church, that any manure knifed would have advance notice by Mr. Holstein to the church with 72 hours prior, use of an environmental bond to be held in trust by a bond company in the amount of $50,000, and a drainage easement. That's the motion.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
those conditions are in addition to the ones that have been presented, the 11 presented?
That's correct. The 11 presented are incorporated into my motion.
So, with that, do you understand the motion?
I believe so.
Okay, so we could do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
No.
Commissioner Schmidt,
No.
Commissioner Landine.
No. Now I consider an alternative motion, such as I believe the one you were going to make, Commissioner Poppins.
Madam Chair, I will offer a motion to uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision with 2 additional stipulations for clarification that the application of manure at a minimum be 1 mile from Mo Parish, and the second be a communication of advance notice of 72 hours at a minimum between the 2 entities, to be someone hopefully from the parish will identify themselves to be the contact person, and again, from the feedlot, so that the communication can exist, and that's it.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I think that failed.
Looks like it. Any alternative motions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to table pending a policy discussion to be held within the next 30 to 45 days with the Planning and Zoning Commission and the community regarding these issues of environmental bonds and drainage easements, et cetera.
And then what will that entail if that were to happen?
Well, there was
I'm
discussion.
talking to council.
Oh, okay, I thought you were asking me.
This permit as pending is only subject to the laws, rules, and ordinances that are in place currently.
Correct.
You can't change them in the middle of the permitting process.
I have a question for legal counsel. Do the laws, rules, and regulations currently pending allow the county commission to attach conditions to a conditional use permit in the manner that I specified?
So if we start with the knifing it in, it would only pertain to this operation, their land. It would not affect any of the property actually around the church, because you don't have jurisdiction at the moment to make any of those land users or owners subject to this ruling. So there would have to be that condition on that. I am unsure as to when, we don't have a definition in our rules or ordinances as far as what drainage easement would be, as far as if you're talking about it going towards runoff. The commission, in its inherent powers, does have the ability to control all nuisances, which is drainage into creeks or other things. We do enforce them, both civilly and criminally, through the state's attorney's office already. So you could formulate some type of conditions as far as runoff or monitoring that I think would fall within your statutory authority currently on the books for nuisances and other things. We haven't done that in the past, but those conditions could go ahead and be put on.
Haven't their facility management methods and everything already been approved?
Yes, and typically the state goes ahead and monitors it. The state also is the one that we make complaints to for water issues, and then they typically refer that to the state attorney's office. And we usually prosecute those for drainage issues if the attorney general's office doesn't do that. So you could put conditions on, you can do those things, but we don't have definitions for certain things like an environmental bond or other things. Those are things that we'd probably need to really flesh out in order to be able to specify it to the point that it's defined so that the applicant can comply. So, but changing the ordinances at this point in time, you need to deal with the permit in front of you as it is, but you can put conditions on it.
I understand you made a motion to table, and I'll consider a second, but just in advance of that, tabling this isn't gonna do any good. This is pending. We need to move on it. We can't change the rules midstream. So it is what it is as it sits here right now.
I just heard our legal counsel tell us that we could implement provisions 3 and 4. So that does not constitute changing the rules midstream, and thus we can table it. We can have a policy discussion, and then we can come back here to rediscuss the merits of it and impose them accordingly.
And how much time would something like that take?
I just said 45 days.
There's been a motion made to table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Gibbon. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
sorry. It's always interesting how people listen and hear different things. I hear the legal counsel telling us that we don't have the discretion to put a condition such as a bond or a drainage easement because we don't know how to implement it. And in 45 days, I don't believe we'd get through the legal language to do something like that, because it's not just that simple. We're gonna put a drainage, there's a lot of details unfortunately to that. I think there's a lot of merit to what you want to do, but it's gonna take some time and a lot of process in which, again, back through the planning and zoning. And to keep this matter moving forward, I'm afraid I'll have to vote against a tabling at this time.
Sean, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
No.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
No. The item is tabled for 45 days.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner?
We have on our agenda a topic which,
Well,
do you
we-
want to run that now, or do you, because that's going to take considerable time, or it
I
may not?
am,
Or just want to run through the rest of the agenda?
I'll address the agenda in turn.
Okay.
Number 2 on our agenda is a public hearing to consider a resolution for the deletion of county roads from the county highway inventory. Terry, come on up.
Good morning.
Good
Sean, are
morning.
you going to read that or the resolution? So first of all, I'll preface it by saying we are having a public hearing this morning regarding the deletion of the roadways per the agreement. The Harrisburg roads, that 3.5 miles up there of County Road 110 and County Road 123. So 2 miles of County Road 110 and 1.5 miles of County Road 123. So again, it is a public hearing, so I'll let Sean read the resolution as it's stated there.
Whereas Lincoln County would like to modify its highway system due to the jurisdictional transfer of county routes to the city of Harrisburg. Whereas the changes in Lincoln County's highway system are in accordance with the South Dakota Department of Transportation's policy and procedures for county highway system revisions adopted 6/18/2009 and SDCL 31-12-2. Therefore be it resolved by the Lincoln County Board of Commissioners that the following changes be made to the Lincoln County highway system. Delete from the primary county highway system. Number 1. Lincoln County Road 110/Willow Street, approximately 2 miles, beginning at the southwest corner of Section 35, Township 100 North, Right 50 West, Section 35 at the intersection of South Dakota 115, then east 2 miles to the southeast corner of Township 100 North, Right 50 West, Section 36 at the intersection of 476th Avenue. Number 2, Lincoln County Road 123/Cliff Avenue/475th Avenue, approximately 1.470 miles, beginning at the southwest corner of Section 36, Township 100 North, Right 50 West, Section 36, at the intersection of Lincoln County Road 110/Willow Street, then north 1.470 miles. The routes being deleted from the primary county highway system is due to the jurisdictional transfer of a county routes to the city of Harrisburg.
So as you recall, back in 2020, late in 2020, we reached an agreement with the city of Harrisburg for the transfer of these roadways per the agreement. And again, this is just a formality of actually getting these roads off of our system. So any questions for me before you take any comments from the public on this?
Anyone have any questions for Terry?
Madam Chair, one question.
Go ahead.
Have we we've transferred some other roads. Did we have public hearings on those as well?
Yes, we did. That was last year, I think we did quite a few. We did cleaned up the system. Again, those were the city of T, there were some miles over there, the city of Sioux Falls, And then we just added some and removed some, cleaning up our system as far as what roads are currently
Yeah.
on our system.
So this will bring us current to all that need to be transferred.
That is correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for staff? If not, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would wish to speak in favor of the resolution? If not, is there anyone who would like to come up and speak in opposition to the resolution? If not, consider a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll make this is my commission district. I'll make the motion to support the petition
I will
as proposed by Terry.
And second.
I have a motion by Aaron's, a second by Schmidt. Sean, will you call the roll?
These are motion and second to adopt the read resolution?
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes. Gonna go ahead. Sherry, do you want to do the fan presentation, please? Thank you.
Okay, as everybody knows, we were working with the fan committee. We started that in December. They are here today to present their findings and recommendations. We'll start with Bill.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. State my name, Bill Allen. I live in Harrisburg, South Dakota. Address 23756 477th Avenue. And I'm here this morning to begin the presentation of what we call the Financial Action Network, or the FAN Group. I'll get to some introductions here in a minute, but before we start, on behalf of the Financial Action Network, or the FAN Committee, I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to present to you today and for the opportunity to participate in the process of governing Lincoln County. Even in a small way, we appreciate your time and attention today. Before we get to the meat and potatoes of the report, I want to spend a few minutes to explain who is the FAN Committee, what it is, and why we were formed. In December, we all met in a cafeteria or a cafe in Sioux Falls. Commissioner Schmidt welcomed us to the group. And he thanked us for participating, and then he left the meeting. Sherry Lund, the Lincoln County auditor, introduced herself and presented us with a huge 3-ring binder full of information. And in the first few pages was a charter where I found this sentence. FAN is comprised of a high level of business and accounting professionals that are to provide analysis and recommendations about future steps the county should take to ensure statutory obligations and future needs are met. That came right from the charter. The two most important words or phrases in that sentence to me are provide analysis and make recommendations. So that's what we've been doing over the last 3 or 4 months as we have met multiple times as a group. And today we're here to make those recommendations. Who is FAN? Now for the introductions, and maybe we want to, I want to call your attention. The room's kind of full here. I guess when I mention your names, and everyone on this list that's here today is going to have a part of the presentation. So I'll just move through the names quickly. Kim Adamson, former Minnehaha County Finance and Budget Officer, is with us today. I'm going to skip myself to the end. Paul Garbers, entrepreneur. I think Paul owns the Countryside Truck Stop Convenience Store out on the interstate. He's also on the Canton City Council member, and he couldn't be with us today. Jim Holbeck, former superintendent of the Harrisburg School District. Mark Nordze, a retired former utility vice president of finance for utility, and also nonprofit CFO. Keith Syverson is a retired CPA at Eide Bailey. Bob Timjen, retired former CEO at Ramcota. Nate Vanderplatz is a city administrator for the city of Lenox. And Sherry Lund was part of our group as a facilitator, and of course, she's the Lincoln County Auditor. Last, and maybe least in this group of distinguished individuals, is myself. My name is Bill Allen. I'm the president and CEO of Showplace Wood Products, which is one of the largest employers in Lincoln County, located in Harrisburg with close to 700 employees. The one distinction I have in this group is that my family has resided in Lincoln County for more than 100 years. I live on the piece of ground that my father and my grandfather were born and raised on. I am a third-generation Lincoln County resident. So I have witnessed what's gone on in this county, and I continue to be a part and be proud to be a resident in one of the fastest-growing counties in the nation. Now I'd like to move into a little bit more to set up the presentation. Then I'm going to get out of the way and let the experts take over. I'd like to acknowledge the participation of all 5 commissioners who met with us and allowed us to ask them questions. Also, the Director of Planning has presented earlier today, Toby Brown, for sitting down with us and helping us understand some of the issues that are facing you as a commission and the county as a whole. Our goal today is, what do we hope to accomplish? Well, first of all, we want to provide an outside perspective. We're professionals from many backgrounds. We all have a unique perspective of what's going on in the community, and we form a pretty tight-knit group, which spurred some very lively discussion. We're going to ask a lot of tough questions. We did ask ourselves those questions. We don't mean to be a rubber stamp. We want to think outside the box a little bit. And above all, we serve as a volunteer advisory committee. We are unbiased, non-political group of citizens trying to help the county through some very challenging times. Other than the info that we were provided through the auditor, the charter, or the fan, we really have no agenda to follow. And other than the interviews with each of you, I don't believe any of us have ever had any discussions with any of the commissioners since we have started the meetings. Finally, our goals here. We want to review the budget and financial processes in place today in our limited time. We want to make some recommendations to ensure Lincoln County is in a strong financial position for the future. And lastly, we'd like to suggest some actions or considerations that should be taken to achieve some organizational readiness to move the county forward in what are some of the most challenging times that are in front of us. But at the same time, some of the greatest opportunities. With that said, I'm going to hand it over to Bob Timjen, and he's going to set some background information of the Lincoln County and carry us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you for your time today. Bob?
Just advance this.
Yeah, it's just a click. I didn't get any training. But
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Bob Timjen, Sioux Falls resident, 2404 Carriage Court. And as we look at this, I think the item that in Lincoln County is the population explosion. 65,794 in the 2020 census. But I think if you look at this in the perspective of South Dakota, Lincoln County is now the 3rd largest county in the state by population, 71% larger than Brown County, which is the 4th largest county. So there's a significant difference there. When we look at this population as to what has happened, prior to 1970, I think Lincoln County fit well with a lot of counties in South Dakota, is there. But as we look at that, at that growth, from 70 to 80, 18% growth, about 2,000. Then we had 11% growth, kind of flattened a little bit, 50% up to the 24,000. Then 56%. Then 85% from the 24 to the 44, and now we had 46%. So as we look at that percentage growth, and I don't think there is much doubt that Lincoln County is going to continue to grow. The really good news to me is as I look at this and I look at assessed valuation, so the property that is in the county, that has gone up in this last period where we had a 46% growth in population from the 44 to the 65, we had an 86% increase in assessed valuation. So as we look at that, the assets are there as to how that can move forward. Well, as we look at this, growth is opportunity and challenges. When we look at the changing landscape, this is 85th in Minnesota, in northern Lincoln County. You can see how that has switched from ag to construction from 2008 to 2020. Where the Walmart is, the store's in front of the Walmart, and then off to the right, to the northeast, and I think that continues. As we look at this, and we look at the county, there is a difference in how the county has grown. When we look at that northern tier of Delapree and Springdale townships, that has 75% of the population of Lincoln County. If we move down to the next one with Perry, LaValle, and Dayton, we're up to 88% of the population. And at that point, it is also 85% of the tax base, of the assessed valuation of the county. So as we look at this and how this is going to continue, that land is developed and is there. Then we also have the other cities in the county are growing as well. They're expanding. When you had the motion earlier today about highway taken over by the cities, it is there. So I think as we look at this, it is the growth is really a good item as to how it is to what is there, but it's opportunities and it is challenges on that. And with that, we'll turn it over. I'm going to turn it over for some financial analysis to Kim Adamson and Keith Severson. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kim Adamson. I'm the former Finance and Budget Officer for Minnehaha County, and I reside at 6500 East Split Rock Road in Minnehaha County. And as part of our review, we of course looked at a lot of financial data associated with Lincoln County. And some of the information that was provided to us included a financial overview from Sherry. She gave us an 8-year history of all the components of revenue and expenditures so that we were able to see what the major factors that contributed to your budget lines were and what the trend lines looked like since 2014 through the 2022 budget cycle. In addition to that, she shared with us some levy history. We reviewed the statutes governing the Property Tax Reduction Act and the levy limitations that are imposed on counties as far as property tax increases from year to year. We discussed the road and bridge levy option that is available to counties and also opt-out levies that are available to counties to supplement property tax revenue. In addition, she provided us the audited financial statements, so we were able to see the performance of the county over the last several years, and she shared with us the budgets from 2020 and 2021. In addition, we visited with her at some length about the budget process here at Lincoln County, and we discussed strategies used in other counties, municipalities, school districts, and in private industry, just to kind of compare approaches in all of those entities. Finally, we talked about interim financial reporting and what the process is here in Lincoln County to communicate to you throughout the budget year how you are meeting your budget goals and what your actual performance has been. So based on our review of all of that data, we've compiled a summary of some key factors that Keith is going to present to you next.
Good morning. Thank you for
Morning.
the opportunity to speak this morning. My name's Keith Severson, 5205 South Sawgrass in Lincoln County. I've had the pleasure of living in Lincoln County for about 30 years, and so I have seen our county grow and experience that over time. As we all know, growth does not happen overnight, and it really occurs just over time. And as we look at the numbers, and I'm not going to take you necessarily to all those numbers, but we're going to stay big picture. We're going to stay really big picture, and I was asked to really focus on two things. One, we wanted to look at the last 8 years. Where have we been, where are we, and where are we going? And as it relates to that, we all have financial statements that give us a history of what has happened. And so the first slide is really a snapshot of the balance sheet of the county over the last 8 years. And all the information that I gathered and looked at is all on your website. This is all information, you've seen it. It's posted, generally available to all of our taxpayers, and really going through the numbers. But when I looked at it from 14 to current 2020 and 2021, the last audit report was actually issued in January of 22 for fiscal year ending or calendar year ending 20. But all of the numbers are really consistent, and information's provided very technically accurate, and so the information you're getting is very accurate. It's just what are you using it for, and where does it take you to that next step? And the two numbers that kind of stood out for us was really starting in 2014, we had a unassigned fund balance. And what is the unassigned fund balance? That's the cookie jar. That's the available funds, because everything above that line really relates to restricted fund balances and assigned fund balances. Basically, it's spoken for money. And so the more you have in that unassigned really provides the flexibility for the growth of the county. So at 12/31/14, we had $11.5 million in the bank with about $5 million additional in investments, and unassigned fund balance of $5.3 million. Total expenses back in 2015 or 14 were about $15 million. So our unassigned cookie jar was about 34%. A healthy, that's 34% of our budget, was still in reserved or unassigned fund balance. And that's a pretty good standing. We move forward to 12/31/2020. That's the second column from the left. It shows a cash in bank of about $11.8 million and about $2 million in reserve in investments, leaving us with an unassigned fund balance of $4.3 million at $4,331,000. What that $4.3 million included in that particular year was also the receipt by the county of about $3.5 million of CARES Act funds, one-time money that really came due to COVID. And that funds really supplemented the assigned fund balance as of 12/31/2020. And if you just look at the trend from 2014 to 2015, 5.3, 4.2, 4.8, and I've got a slide here. There we go. I'm sorry. You can see here by the chart that in 14, it was a little over 5 million, then it went down to a little over 4, and then it grew a little bit till 17, and then 18 and 19, it continued to decline. The observation is, what would have happened, what would that number have looked like in 2020 without the CARES Act funds? You then move to 12/31/21. The county had $13.7 million in the bank, which included approximately $5.5 million of additional ARPA funds that were restricted, but were included in your cash. So it kind of makes you feel good that we've got cash in the bank, but remember, those funds are still restricted. And a similar amount of that, I believe the ARPA funds is considered to be coming in this year as well. So that'll continue to supplement the budget. And then there was an unassigned balance at an all-time high of 6.1 at 12/31/21. So from the standpoint that I really should have started with the end in first, you're in a pretty good standing position as it relates to the balance sheet as of 12/31/21. The question is, where do we go from here? And what would have happened had we not had the supplemental funding that provided stability to the balance sheet at 12/31, which leads to the question and one of the further recommendations of strategic planning and budgeting for the next 2, 3 to 5 years. Because if life would have continued with COVID, the question would raise, would that trend of unassigned fund balance continue to have declined had it not had supplemental funding that came in the form of one-time funding in 2020 and 2022. So we did try to look at that in really a focus of the importance of futuristic looking and trying to take a look at these fund balances of where we're going next time. The next sheet really was just an observation, and the other comment I wanted to quickly talk about was just the average transfers out of the general fund into other departments. As you can see on that, the average transfer for all funds for the 8 years averaged about $3.3 million. Of that, about $2.5 million goes to Road and Bridge, and the other $800 goes to other governmental funding. It's interesting from a budget analysis, as you look over the last 8 years, the general fund has averaged an under budget of approximately $2.2 million. That means we budget to spend X, but we actually come in under that number. The Road and Bridge, very similar results. Their average under budget, which is typically a good thing, was $2.1 million, or $2,081,000. That just raises questions as it relates to the reliability of future budgets and having adequate funding to meet the existing goals. I'll repeat that. Does it have the adequate funding to meet those existing goals? And you as commissioners have done a tremendous job in managing conservatively and dealing with the challenges at hand, and that you've been able to evaluate what are the needs of the county, but whether or not, if you have a budget that are consistently $2 million under, what services or what other benefits to the county are we not meeting? And so the balance of that with the actual funding available in creating the budget to available funds in the future really is the challenge of strategic planning and cash flow budgeting to make sure that that unassigned fund balance stays at a level of growth. The other observation we just wanted to point out, lastly, is the bottom. Currently, as of 12/31/21, really the outstanding debt of the county was $10 million. And the availability, not recommending, but the availability of the maximum debt is 5% of assessed value, or up to $378 million. So there's quite a capacity there, and as you look at future capital expenditures, instead of spending cash, is borrowing some of those, the possibility of borrowing some of those funds and leveraging those costs over future years. And so from our standpoint, the county, from a financial standpoint right now, is in very strong position to really plan for the future. So wanted to share that. I thank you for the opportunity, and I think then we'll continue to move on into our recommendations.
Commission, Jim Holbeck. I live at 25515 Helen Trail up in Minnehaha County. I did live here in Lincoln County for 12 years and still am a landowner in Lincoln County. I've been in front of this commission before in my former job as being a superintendent in Harrisburg. And the last time I talked here, right before I talked, you debated whether or not to have a large animal confinement. So I don't know if there's a correlation that I'm always following how you guys deal with a lot of manure. I'm starting to get a complex here a little bit. And we'll see if there's any relationship between my report and what you had earlier today. We're not here to tell you you're doing your job wrong by far. That's not our job. Our job is just to take a lot of people, and you heard from Bill, it was a great group, a wonderful group to hear. I learned so much from these other people. They had a lot of great ideas, and I think it's worthwhile to hear the things that we came up with. And you can imagine, we met many times, came up with various discussions of what we would bring forth to you. And we consolidated those decisions. Oops, let me make sure I do this right. There we go. Into these actions. So our near-term actions that we're putting in front of you are these. 5-year budget with cash flow based on common planning assumptions. Now, I was listening in earlier on your discussion, and there was comment that we need strategic planning. Folks, you need strategic planning. You need to look out and beyond today. Growth is something that I had a little bit of experience in Harrisburg School. And I found this. You can look at growth two different ways. It's a challenge or it's an opportunity. And if you want to fight growth, you're going to be fighting something that you're not going to win. You have to embrace growth. And growth is here. And you have to see what are the good things that you can get from that. In order to plan for that, you need to have some strategic planning that will tell you what are these cash flow issues you have to deal with and when are they going to hit you. Now, my job today, I'm not retired, I'm retreaded. I go out and I do consulting for school boards. And when I talk to them about 5-year strategic plans or budgets, I tell them this: you write them and they're good for a year. Then you rewrite them the next year for 5 years. Things change. You need to do the same. You need to prepare and provide concise monthly financial reports at the department level so that you understand exactly where everybody's sitting and that you scour those monthly reports. That your department heads, just like I always used to talk to in our school, I'd pull out my checkbook and I'd say, folks, this thing has a limited amount of dollars in it. These are the dollars we have at hand, no more. This is what we have to stay within. And your department heads have to be on top of that at all times, but you need to see where they're at. We gave some suggestions to Sherry that one of the things that would help this is maybe a different financial sheet that would show you this. This is what's budgeted. At this month, this is how much we've spent. It's this percent. Now let me stop right there and I'll tell you that those 3 figures meant a lot to me at a school that spent $40 million in a general fund. I would look at that and I'd say, why is this one so high or why is this one so low? It created the questions for me to keep on top of the finances. Then don't stop there. The next column is what was last year's expenditure so you can see the comparison. Sometimes there's a very good answer. You put some new program in and of course it's going to cost more, or last year you paid for something that this year you don't have to. But to look at each month where you're sitting budget-wise, but also compared to last year is very good. Now Keith told you a couple of things that are a little alarming to us. At the end of your budget year, you're sitting with $2 million left that you didn't spend in the general fund and $2 million left that you didn't spend in the highway fund. Now, you can look at that 2 ways. If you're in a business, you'd say, we're good conservatives, we're not spending the money, we're holding on to it. My belief is, then you don't budget that money. If you're not planning to spend it, don't budget it. The old boys, the old boy when I first started was Court Carnes. He was a superintendent in Beersford for many years, and he'd say, guys, you write your budgets like this. You underestimate your revenues by 5%, you overestimate your expenses by 5%, so you got some good cushion. Well, what that did was it put 10% more money into the coffers each year. That's wrong. That day has passed. We wrote our budgets at 1% padding on each side of the ledger. That's only a 2% variation. To do that, you've got to be very accurate to know how much you need in those departments and hold true to that. Otherwise, you're writing a budget that is not accurate. It's not a good thing then to say, oh, look, we saved $2 million. You shouldn't have budgeted it if you weren't planning on spending it. Budget $2 million less then. Budget it accurately and make sure it gets done. Oops. Establish a reserve fund. Keith talked about the concern, and those charts are a little deceiving, and he showed you that. Throw out COVID money. Where are you heading? You're heading down a bad path for reserves. Your reserves are going down. Without the COVID money, that was a life vest for all of us in government. Those funds, when they're gone, and they're one-time monies, when they're gone, that isn't there, and the trend needs to change. You need to decide what is going to be your reserve fund target you want to stay at that safely gets you there. Now, your business isn't much different than a school business. The school's business depended on property taxes, just like you. When are your two worst months for funds? April and October. Why? Because people pay their taxes in May and November. So pay attention to your April and October cash flows and balances to see what kind of dollars you need to make it to those months before your new revenues come in is very important. There's no doubt one of the toughest things you deal with is taking care of the mammoth amount of roads, bridges, culverts in your district. Those needs are very evident in the north part of the county. Those needs are very evident in the south part of the county. I said that on purpose because sometimes I think we've created this divide. Do they need it up there? Do they need it down there? They both need it. And you can't say, here's where the dollars come from, so we're only going to spend it there. The people live mostly in the north. There's still roads in the south. And the people paying the taxes in the north help to provide for the roads in the south. Those roads that are needed, you underspent your budget by $2 million last year. What does it take to identify what is needed, make an accurate budget on that, and spend those dollars accurately as to what's needed? You need to make sure that this part of your expenditure is self-sufficient. If you are finding that in this county that your fund balance are going down, we think this is an area for you to explore to help self-fund bridges, culverts, and roads if you're going to be assessing anything additionally in taxes. You can opt out in a county, but you can also do a road fund. And you need to take care of your roads, bridges, and culverts if that's an area. That should allow you then, if they're self-sufficient, to then focus and put your attention on the other things that you're going to need with growth in this district. It's not going to be 65,000 people next year in this county. You're going to have to take care of those other costs. And you've had conversations on what are those type of other costs, such as other facilities and infrastructure funding. Examine those other projects and what is the most cost-effective way of bonding for those. You get your money mainly from taxes, from property taxes. There was a bill that was out in the legislature to try to see if some sales tax could come to the counties. I'm old enough to remember that when somebody asked for a 5 cent a drink tax to help counties take care of all the alcohol problems they have to deal with, that our state said absolutely no more tax. They wouldn't even put a 5 cent tax on a drink, which most people in a bar never even know how much that drink costs. That is something maybe that you can explore in the future with trying to convince the legislature and others that there is another funding source there for you. But if property tax is your area and you need to take care of these things such as, and that's your debate, that's your decision on how to take care of the facilities for jails, how to take care of your facilities for offices, if you need to have another facility in the north part of the district, all of those questions that you guys have been throwing around, certainly come back to a strategic plan and then identifying how you would pay for those. Going back, I think if you take care of your roads, bridges, and culverts and make that self-sufficient, you will have the abilities to end up covering those expenses that you have. I'm not here to tell you go out and just borrow money willy-nilly, but you are paying down your expenses. You are paying down your debt to the tune of only 10 million left. At one time, in 1970, you had the population of what Roberts County has today. That model that you used, you're still using for a county that someday is going to be bigger, trust me, than Pennington County. You're going to be number 2 someday. And that model that you're using, you need to rethink, we believe, to stay up with this massive growth that's going to continue there. You have some debt. I understand debt. We had to build schools because kids were there and you had to borrow. In order to do that without raising taxes, people always said, how can you build a school without raising taxes? We built it on increased valuations that came into the district. So as we had payments due, you structure those. We sat here one time when you had a bond agent tell you about structuring payments. You can structure your payments with existing debt, which will go away pretty soon, that 10 million, with other monthly, or yearly or annual payments that you make. You can structure those so it's like this. Let me tell you about taxpayers. They hate this, they love this, but they forget about this when you go back up. It's best to try to keep things where people can predict that their taxes are going to stay pretty level. You have the ability to do that with additional valuations that's taken place. So I got to talk about some of the easy things. Nathan Vanderplaat, who is the city manager for Lennox, is going to cover an area that I'm going to tell you got the most conversation from us. And we really feel strongly that this is something, I know you've looked at it in the past, but this is something that you should consider in the future. And that is that now the model that you might need to look at for a county that's got 65,000 plus, and someday will be twice as many people, that you may need to look at a county administrator job. So Nathan will take that on. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. Nate
Morning,
Vanderplatz,
Nathan.
804 South Main Street in Lennox. As Jim mentioned, I'm the city administrator in Lennox. On the group, I'm probably the newcomer to Lincoln County. I've only been here 3 years, but I have watched with a lot of excitement from afar what's happened in Lincoln County in the last decade or so. And I'm here today to talk more operationally, internally for your organization, what kinds of things can you do? And this topic came up early and often in our meetings. With the growth that you've experienced, not just in the county, but in the courthouse, in your actual operations, you need a single responsible person for managing and coordinating the affairs of the county. Right now, that's delegated to department heads by the commission. But when you get to an organization of this size, you become a fairly complex organization. There's a lot of moving parts. Even financially, there are a lot of moving parts. Managing debt, planning capital expenditures, capital improvement plans, 5-year highway plans. All those things need to be coordinated to actually become policy and to come to fruition. Our concern is, without having a single executive in charge of that, is that many of those things won't come to fruition. You won't have the capacity to do that. And when you become a complex organization, there are a number of things that can challenge an organization. You get siloed communications and operations. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing or even talking about. There's a lack of accountability for performance and results. If I were to go to the Lincoln County website today, would I find key performance indicators for every department? I don't think I would. I think it's a discussion that probably is had, but it's never something identified in metric form and measured and reported on. You tend to see a lack of long-term capital and asset planning in organizations without this kind of role. And overall, you tend to see more inefficient operations. These kinds of positions are responsible for finding efficiencies. And I think in our group, Jim had actually mentioned at one point that any administrator that can't find in a $14 million budget enough savings to justify their salary isn't necessarily worth their salt. There are efficiencies that come along with hiring these types of positions. So in order to move that direction, I want to talk a little bit about what this is and isn't. It isn't something that replaces the commission or their responsibilities for governance and setting policy. It doesn't take away any of the authority of the commission. It takes direction from the commission. What it does do is it allows the commission to delegate the operational responsibilities to a single person, and that person then carries out the affairs of the county government. The administrator would work with the commission to develop sound approaches to challenges and opportunities, and that's typically what you look for in policy formation. So when you're talking about, as an example, this morning's discussion on feedlot, what kinds of policies need to be developed in this 45-day period, and how do you go about accomplishing those things? Probably more important than anything else, it helps the commission develop a long-term vision for the county. And that comes into account when you're talking about strategic planning, capital planning, those kinds of things. And last but not least, it aligns the values, the vision and the mission of the commission with each department. Each department is then focused on that long-term vision, focused on those values and the mission statement of the organization. The position reports only to the commission, and I think that's a fairly important thing to make clear. These are positions that are accountable to the governing board. No different than if you have a CEO of a corporation that reports to a board, or a nonprofit executive director that reports to a board. A position of a county administrator, city administrator, any of those things reports to the commission and the commission only. And that is who they are accountable to. The commission is still accountable to the public for setting direction and for setting policy and taking on those general governance roles that are expected. Typically, a county administrator is going to have experience in policy formation or administration at state, federal, or local levels. Some of them have all three. Typically, you'll hold a master's degree in public administration. We've got a great school here in South Dakota that's churning out these students at a regular pace. And often they begin their careers in the policy field, whether it's budgeting or planning, sometimes zoning. Those are the kinds of roles that you're talking about. These are folks that have spent their time and their careers and their education in public governance and in public administration. and have the background education and experience necessary to efficiently manage the affairs of local government. Next, I'd like to introduce Mark Nordze. Mark's going to summarize and conclude for us.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Nordze. I live at 7900 South Pinewood in Lincoln County. Very proud to be a Lincoln County resident. The Financial Action Network began our work in November at the request of County Auditor Sherry Lund, with a charter and outlined that you had an opportunity to review. We, as the FAN committee, did not come into this process with any preconceived notions, predetermined outcomes, or anyone attempting to influence what we were going to report on. So we were on our own to come to our own conclusions and develop our own recommendations. Our goal was very simple. What recommendations could we make that would improve the governance, financial, and planning processes of Lincoln County? We would like to thank Sherry, Francie, Toby Brown, and the commissioners who took the time to meet with us, answer our questions, provide information and data, and most importantly, their insights into the future of Lincoln County. As commissioners, you will recall, we ask each of you 3 very simple questions. What is working? What isn't working? And what would you do to address the things that aren't working? We appreciated your time and your candor because those answers really helped us focus on things that were important and for us to discuss with you today. We came to this project with an independent lens and an unbiased eyes. Factual data provided the foundation of the presentation and the report, and you please use those together. The presentation is this, a very high-level summary. The written report has a lot more detail into it, so I encourage you to look at both. And was the consensus that our group met. And it was a consensus. We had a lot of discussion, but we came to a consensus. And I heard it early this morning, one of the commissioners said, we need more consensus. Well, absolutely we do. We felt the same way. And that's why we made the recommendations that we did to really help move Lincoln County forward. Our findings and recommendations are opportunities and are not intended for any other purpose than to improve Lincoln County. This isn't our assessment of anybody's performance, your performance, or anybody else's. This is to move Lincoln County forward. We have opportunities, and we should use those opportunities. So what is next? For that answer, we actually look to you. We have given you the proverbial drink from a fire hose during our presentation today. You've gotten a report, you've gotten a presentation, we've thrown lots of numbers at you and lots of opportunities. But you get the opportunity to tell us what to do and where to go next. The members of the Financial Action Network stand ready to take each recommendation into the implementation phase if that's what you intend us to do. It is your choice. And we could continue to work on implementing the recommendations of the FAN report over time. None of these things are flip a switch. This is going to take some time. We realize it, and I think you should too. Develop a tightly integrated planning process. We can help you with that. We can provide input on what good, concise financial reporting looks like, so it's helpful when you get it and you can make meaningful decisions. We can help develop a tight county manager, administrator job description, because we think, as we said, that position we think is important, but a tight job description will help it become effective, which we see goes hand in hand. We're also prepared to work with the Justice Center Task Force on any financing options should they get ready to make a decision and want some financial insights. We have the capability to do that. We are willing to offer those assistance. Plus anything else that you see in the report or anything else that comes to mind after you read our report. I will close with a paraphrase quote that Commissioner Jim Schmidt offered at the February 22nd, 2022 joint Sioux Falls Lincoln County planning meeting prior to voting on a developer's request. And I don't do this to embarrass you, this is a good quote. So, and also realizing that we are volunteers and we were not appointed, so here it goes. Two bodies, meaning the planning commissions of Sioux Falls and Lincoln County, of private citizens vetted this and heard testimony, and in a collective way received unanimous approval to turn down this request. So I looked to these individuals because they were appointed. We were volunteers, they were appointed. We asked them to do this heavy lifting and to do this work, and I honor their work. So as a representative of FAN, I hope you feel the same way of our work as we honor the citizens of Lincoln County and the taxpayers with it. So thank you very much, and now we'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions right now that they'd like to ask? I'm sure Sherry can get us contact information as well.
Madam Chair?
Yep, go ahead.
I would like to thank all of you for your time, your energy, and your enthusiasm. I'm sitting here thinking, if we were to have hired this out to some private company, what cost would have been connected with that? And when all of you are here today, look at the credentials that these individuals represented from all walks of life and from various responsibilities. I can only thank you because you have given us, I think, the tools of which to move forward. And it was interesting, I was writing down all of the things which you aren't finished with yet. And since you have volunteered with that, that makes it that much easier. But I think that there are many things on this report that we have to digest, look at, and our challenge is how well we're going to implement that. And there are several things on here that, we have looked at in the past, but we probably haven't really had the ability to move forward. I know Commissioner Poppins is smiling because he's been a long advocate for a county administrator. But on the other hand, when we face some of these things, we get criticized because of the cost. But I think that being a budget process is a very, very complicated situation, and you have provided, information that we necessarily wouldn't get. But also, I'd like to thank our auditor, because it was her emphasis and her leadership that brought this thing together. So my hats are off to you, Sherry. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right.
Madam
I
Chair.
too. Go ahead.
I think it shows that you pay for leadership, and money that you spend on leadership is, generally speaking, well spent. When you look at what it can save you and what it can bring to you and open your eyes to different things. So that's my only comment.
Thank you. I too would like to thank the auditor. I know this kind of came to our attention. Minnehaha County had done it and gave a presentation that I thought was very interesting. And I spoke to Sherry about it, and she took the reins and got it done. And so I appreciate everybody that had input into that process and look forward to talking to you some more in the future. Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to item 4 on our agenda.
I'm wearing a different hat for this, everybody, so. Dave Gillespie, 1125 East Elder. I'm here on the Lincoln County Veterans Memorial Fund, which is at the Farmer State Bank here in Canton. And if we could move this open, Carter, so I can lay some things on here. We have several veterans here on both sides of the aisle today, and I want to acknowledge them, and I would like to say I sure encourage them to speak if they would like. I realize the day is getting long, but I'll start in with this. The memorial that's right behind us here was built in around 1995, and it's starting to, reach the 10th, 11th hour. So I'm going to go through these pictures kind of quickly. This is from the west looking east. This is kind of right in the front behind you. This is looking to the north. I'm going to walk through these quickly. So we've got another picture here looking from the east to the west. Jack Fox Park in the background. And here's the problem that we're starting to see. The water is pooling out there, has done for many years. But some of the bricks are losing their faces. They're popping off. Ones that are looking out there can probably see that. Here's another picture. Some of these bricks have veterans' names on them. These I don't think do, but they are out there in that corridor. So. This is the picture of the front of the courthouse, as you know. We're thinking here today, we would like, if we can raise funding, we have under $2,000 in the bank, but long ways to go. But if we could raise the funding, could we ever move it to the front of the courthouse on the south side? That's up in the air, but that's what I wanted to present. Here's a picture looking from the east, kind of at an angle. And the addition has been taken off, of course, as most of you know. This is another picture looking from the west at an angle. Jim, I didn't forget about you. I think I got this from Susan Irons. I think you brought this in, maybe?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
She gave that to me. This is just an idea. Craig Dittburner, who's in the audience here, took a picture of another memorial up in Minnesota. These are just ideas. John Rumbo, our building superintendent, had an engineer draw these, or I don't know if he done a CAD system or what, but that's that view, more of a kind of a silhouette. This is another angle of that. And I had a veteran come to me yesterday, and I'm one of 4 people that oversee that account down at the bank, and Kip Crawford, myself, Rick Williamson, and Susan Irons oversees that. So here's a picture from one out in Custer County, Custer, South Dakota. This is another picture of that, just an idea. They built kind of a wing over it. With names on it to protect it from the elements. This is another picture of that. Just ideas. And then this is also involved in that, so. And at this time, I would like to, I'll take a seat and entertain anybody that wants to come up. I realize it's been a long morning for all of you. So anybody else who would like to come up? We're kind of looking for the blessing of the commission to possibly move it to the front. Jim, I think you're an ally of that. But there's also ideas from John Rumbo that, which one? Okay. Yep, you bet.
Dave, Commissioner Poppins has a question for you.
Yes.
As you well know, I think there's never been an issue with getting the commission to agree to getting it moved or wishing to have it moved. Unfortunately, it's come back and forth whether or not the veterans, who this is to honor, wish for it to be moved. Is there a consensus now that that decision has been made, they would like it to be moved? And I don't know if you can answer or who could answer that. I think that's what all we've ever, as long as you sat on here with, and I sat with you, and I don't want to take the thunder from Commissioner Schmidt. He has worked diligently to try to get this done. And we've just waited for, I guess, an opinion from those that it honors that that's what their wishes were, so.
I don't know if we have 100%, Mike, but I think we've got more than we did when the courthouse was built.
Very good.
I will say that, so,
Okay.
or the addition here, so.
Sure.
You want any others, Paul?
Thank you.
Those of you that have been in the military know about the cardinal rule of being careful what you volunteer for. Well, I broke that cardinal rule day before yesterday, so here I am. We'll see how this goes. I put some thoughts together, jotted them down. I'd like to share them with you. The concept of moving the memorials to the front part, I think, has a lot of value, extreme amount of value. If we would not only work with the memorials that are located there, but also establish new memorials and name this a memorial park for Lincoln County and build on it. It would provide the county with an opportunity to share its history with travelers and residents. And personally, I think we need this reminder every day to look at those memorials and say, hey, you know, what happened in the past could be part of the future if we're not careful, if we don't protect our freedoms. Third, as I talked to Harold, we've got people out in the community that have passed or that are still there that have diligently spent their time and effort in working with various services within Lincoln County. And Harold had a friend, 55 years, that started the 911 system or enabled the 911 system. Something should be done in that memorial park to honor these people that have contributed over the years to Lincoln County. Now, we talk about the problems with the pavers being deteriorating. That's another reason to move them. Now, Commissioner Poppins, I don't know if we've got 100% backing of this or not, but I think it behooves us, common sense behooves us to get that stuff moved, or we're going to lose it all. If we do establish a park, which I hope you folks will enable that to happen, if it's done right, it will be a class act. It really will. It'll be a feather in the cap for Lincoln County. It'll become a point of interest. It'll be a place that people will want to come and look. We've got other areas in Lincoln County that people enjoy going to, that you've established. So let's work with this park. Another individual that comes to mind that I think should also have his name and his record of service is Ken Elbers, longtime Lincoln County Sheriff. Why don't we put up some walls? We've got numerous Purple Heart recipients in Lincoln County. we could honor those. We've got numerous people that have dedicated their lives, their talents, their monies to the betterment of Lincoln County. I think we all know Helen Rowe. How about our county residents who have farmsteads that are over 100 years under ownership of one family? Why not honor those? Put those up on a wall too, for, preservation. How about the individuals that were killed in action? I don't see any place where those names are listed. Do you? For the public to look at and see? Killed in action. How about a wall? How many of you have seen the wall for the Vietnam Wall? That is an inspiration. Yes, that is an inspiration. It also is very humbling. I spent 22 years in the military. I have two sons. One spent 20 years, one spent 6. I have a grandfather, an uncle. I have 2 brothers that spent time in the military. It's important to me to see that preserved, protected, but not only that, to have these residents, these people that I've mentioned, honored also. And I think if we have a memorial park right out here in front, it would behoove the county to do it. Appreciate the time, folks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Could I ask you a question? Got my mic shut off. In light of the fact that we're potentially looking at a new courthouse, is there any consideration that that might be a location as well, depending on what, if that facility is completed in the future? I'm just asking the question.
It's a consideration, yes, but how many people realize that we have back here memorials to the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, the Army, the Coast Guard? How many people even know they're back there? If the new facility will accommodate public viewing appropriately so that they can see it without having to.
And that's what I asked for.
There you go.
The new site would potentially be larger, or maybe larger enough to allow a more appropriate display. Unfortunately, this site is very limited. There's conversations of not being able to place it right in the middle because they may have needed to protect space for growth. There may be, and moving it to the corner. Same token may be that if the new site is selected and proceeds, that would possibly free up this area. So I think there's some discussion that could, but I can't speak for the whole board, but Paul, you've known this board and the other boards. This board has continuously wanted to support the veterans and are ready to participate. I think they were looking for maybe not 100%, but a majority consensus that it was time to do so. And your point about the bricks and that has been brought up is very clear that that time is near. So,
Last but not least, I know it can, but will you agree to put this park as a line item in the budget for building it and maintaining it, so that we know that it'll be preserved for our futures and our kids' futures?
Paul, I think those are issues that are very worthy of discussion. I don't think any of us are prepared today to do that, but I get the ask. I think we'll have to talk to legal counsel and our auditor to see if that is something that we can look at doing.
I know of no one that can tell you how much it's going to cost to move from point A to point B or establish a park.
Sure.
But it would be nice to know if the financing is available so that we could pursue getting those professional people lined up to give us ideas and what the cost factor is going to be. And I'd really appreciate an agenda item in the near future so that we can discuss how to finance that. I know comments of like we could have donations. There's a lot of places that want donations. The reason I brought up different areas, different people, it encompasses not just the military, it encompasses people that reside as neighbors or live on farms or provide first responders. It encompasses all of Lincoln County, basically. So why not support those people?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've been going all morning. It's 12:04. We're going to take a break. Commissioners, how long a break do you want to take?
5 minutes.
We always say 5 minutes and it's always 10. It's always 10, so I'm just going to say 10. So we'll be back at 12:15. On our agenda.
Commissioner Gibbon, I see you. I think we've got a quorum if we get you up here at least to get going. Did we skip one? Did we skip one?
Did I skip one? I did skip one. I am skipping one for a reason.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, are we ready?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted to wait for somebody. Okay.
Go.
What I'm here for is approval to purchase 2 truck chassis from iState up in Sioux Falls. It's off of the South Dakota DOT bid. The price on them is $117,559 each. So we have, as part of the attachment, I have 2 purchase agreements because each purchase agreement is for one unit. I guess one clarification I do want to make, and I had it in the, as part of the packet, is delivery on these is set for probably November, December of this year. Which means I'll have to have budget, this upcoming budget, to purchase the equipment for it in '23, so.
It's in your budget for this year, correct?
Yes, so the trucks and equipment are in my budget for this year. So typically, we go with the Mack trucks, but I can't order them, and I can't even order them, I can't even get in a slot for '23 to place an order for them. So the Freightliners, so we started going down chasing this one. We found out we could finally order them. Again, Freightliner had to go into negotiations with the South Dakota DOT to renegotiate their state bid contract. Of course, the price increased along with everything else. But we did research out, trying to, if we could have got trucks August or something to get equipment on them. And my equipment went up by 40% just for the equipment for those. So I would not have budget in this year's budget to even buy the equipment for them anyway.
So is there a chance the bid price is going to change next year before you would have them?
Before I have the
Like you'd have to-
trucks?
Yeah,
No, if we sign the purchase agreement, that price should be locked in.
okay.
Now, the equipment, I'm not sure what the prices are gonna be. Again, once we have a firm delivery date on them, then we would start researching out what equipment costs are gonna be, so.
Okay. All right, heard the request. Any questions?
I do, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
As you've just heard from our fan committee report, they like us to look at our budgets a little bit differently, and the highway budget was brought up. In light of the fact that you're already aware that some of the equipment that you'd hope to have into your budget won't arrive and we won't be able to pay for it. Is there anything that would be prudent to look at changing that could still get done this year with funding out of your budget? I know that's a difficult thing because you got bidding laws and all that kind of stuff to get stuff done. But I don't know, more striping, more surfacing, any of that kind of stuff.
Anything as far as projects on roadways, it's gonna have to be engineered. And they're already telling me, I want projects for next year to be engineered, and they're already telling me if you're gonna be a go on this, we need to know now so we can start, because they're so backed up with projects as well. So, I guess I heard what the fan committee had came up with, and I understand that there's a lot of funds that are not spent, that are budgeted funds. Again, a lot of that is projects that either, one, didn't happen, or two, it's expenses that, when I budget for a project, I'm doing a 5% increase on costs on that, and we're well under it. So I guess in a roundabout way to answer your question, yeah, there's some things we can look at, but my fear of dropping down my costs to initial actual costs, I'm basing my projections for the following year on those costs, is if I have 20 miles of road that I'm gonna do whatever to it, and if I go with near actual costs for 2022, and we get to 2023, and that's, a third higher, then I'm only doing 12 miles of it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Absolutely. Some of the
so-
things I know we talked about are the roads down on the, by the ethanol plant that are in dire need of, I didn't know if we could accelerate the engineering or accelerate any of those types of projects a little bit quicker because of that. But as you said, engineering's even for next year is hard to get them scheduled. But I had to ask, so.
Yeah. And again, we're still working on the ethanol plant road, the County Road 143, as far as some engineering to get some more solid numbers, which is very difficult to do with the rising cost of everything, I mean, it's a great thing that the feds are throwing out all this federal money, for projects. But that also just overwhelms the contractors that you have, and they've got so much work to do, and couple that with the lack of being able to hire staff to do that work for those contractors, everything it's costing
Right.
more and more, so.
All right.
With that, I would move to authorize the approval of the two trucks from the I-State DOT bid.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Sean, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
Yes.
All right, the next item I have is authorizing, approve and authorize the chair to execute a joint power agreement with Pleasant Township. Again, this is for a bridge structure on 475th Avenue, structure number 42-110-253. So this was the highly contentious structure last year that the pipeline going down south had kept crossing. We eventually closed this bridge. Now, I just want to preface this by saying that just because it's closed is not why it's moving up in our project list. This has always been on the list. So probably a year and a half ago, I had approached the township about doing a cost share with this. So basically, we're going to go into a cost share with Pleasant Township. They've signed the agreement. They're going to do 20% cost share up to $50,000 for whatever the project. I'm hoping we can do like a pipe project similar to what we did in '21 in Dayton Township. So the cost would, we're going to be about $210,000 total overall cost or something like that. But again, this is one of those items that if I want to get it into next year's budget, this is something that I need to let the engineers know so they can begin the process on this. But, so again, it's just an agreement with them to do a cost share on that structure.
All right, for the request, is there a motion?
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
I'll give the second to Commissioner Schmidt. Sean, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
Yes.
All right, next item I have is approval and authorize the chair to execute a contract with Asphalt Surface Technologies Corporation, or ASTEC, for the 22 microsurface project. Again, we had awarded this bid here several weeks ago, a month ago. Again, total cost of the contract price is $996,350.49 to cover 17 miles of County Road 105 and covering 3 miles of County Road 122.
For the request,
So
is there a
moved.
motion? Got a motion by Poppins,
Second it.
motion second by Gibbon. Any further discussion? If not, Sean, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
Yes.
Next item I have is we're looking to to go to bid for crushed gravel this year. So basically, I'm looking for authorization to request bids for crushed gravel.
So moved.
Thank you. Sean?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
Yes. We're gonna
right,
circle
thanks.
back, John Rombaugh, you wanna come up? You've got item 4, 11, and I thought there was another one. Yeah, 10, 4, 10, and 11.
So item number 4, I'm going to hand over to Chad Hazel. He is with the foundation, so
Okay.
I'll let him speak on that.
I won't take much of your time. You guys are very, very busy today. I just wanted to let you know some of the good news that's happening out at the fairgrounds. At the beginning of March, we entered into a contract with Cleary to put up the show ring. We wrote them the first initial check on the building. We have to pay some more when the building's delivered, and then, of course, once it's finally up. The show ring this year, we're gonna plan on having all of the events that happen at the fairground that used to take place out there under the tent will happen inside the show ring this year, along with all the livestock shows. And we're pretty excited about that. Hopefully, the plan is that by the end of May, the building should be up. And John can start to work on the grass and all the nice looking things out there. The horse arena is progressing along. We bought the panels for the fences. We have a prospect of somebody donating the posts to be put in and volunteer work to put it up. They also are expecting to be done with that project end of May to be able to use that this year. We had, was it 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago. We had our annual fundraiser event with a live auction and silent auction, which we brought in close to $20,000 this year. So over the 3 years that we've been doing this, this was the best one we've had. And there was a lot of interest, and people are extremely excited about the things that are happening out there now that things have started to move along. With that, we've got some fun stuff planned for this summer. We're working with State's Attorney Golden on a plan on a few things, tractor pull, car show, things like that. But as they come, we'll let you know about how that's gonna be. And we just wanted to let you know that's where everything is.
All right.
So we have a long ways to go with 4 more buildings yet, but we got the expensive one taken care of, so.
All right. Thanks, Chad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I'll go right on the next one then. I mostly have the utility improvements on the list because I met with the city of Lenox as per conversations with some of you commissioners as far as seeing if we could get city sewer out to the site. I met with Nate with the city and it looks like there's a possible option of bringing both city water and sewer out to the site, which, as we had conversations before, the site lacks water for what we're ultimately going to need, and we're trying to figure out how to do it with extra tanks and everything to handle the projects. So this would be very attractive to the county, I think, to have the city water and sewer brought out there. So I guess all I want to accomplish today is see if you will appoint a couple commissioners to meet with the city of Lenox to, I guess, discuss some of these options.
I think that's a great idea. My brain tells me Schmidt and Gibbon would be best to do that. You guys want to do that?
I'll volunteer.
I will too.
Okay.
All right. So moving on to the next one is the personal use of a vehicle to drive back and forth from work. So as well as 3 of the commissioners would know, when I purchased the vehicle back in 19, the option was offered to me of whether I wanted to drive it as my vehicle to work. And at the time, to be honest, I just didn't really see it as a needed benefit to me. And quite honestly, up until probably 6 months ago, would agreed with that. but I feel like I've reached a tipping point where between having to function at Lennox, having to function sometimes at the T airport, sometimes I start my day out usually here, sometimes I end my day there, then what do I do with my car that I have here? My personal vehicle, you know, I've left my personal vehicle here at times. I've considered the options of leaving the county pickup at the airport, so it's on county property. But then my personal vehicle's sitting at the airport all day, and I don't know if I like the idea of the county vehicle sitting there, because I can't put it inside the building there. So I felt like I personally do not need another vehicle sitting in my yard. I've got 3 children that are also driving, so I guess I've just put it out there. I realize it. I've talked to some of the commissioners, and it opens a little bit of a slippery slope with some of the other department heads, but I'm a little unique. You know, I do function more off-site than all the rest of the department heads, I would say. But I guess it needs a board approval for me to do it, and I'll take whatever you guys tell me.
Thoughts, questions?
Do we have criteria from a department head whether they have use of a car? Have we ever had a policy exploration on that?
It's in the handbook.
It's in the handbook. If you're a department head, you're entitled to use a county vehicle,
Would
correct?
you like to educate us on what that says?
I don't have it pulled up, I just know that it exists within the county policy on county vehicles. So let me go look it up for you.
It's listed in my agenda briefing form here. If I guess I don't know how to pull it up.
I have it up. Would you like me to read it?
Yep, go ahead, Sean.
Okay, this is 14.1, and our employee handbook states the following: personal use benefit of county vehicle. A vehicle use benefit for employees commuting to and from work in a county-owned vehicle will be added to the employee's gross income per federal guidelines. Employees are responsible for paying federal and state taxes on this additional income. Exemptions to the vehicle use income benefit for personal use of county-owned, marked and unmarked law enforcement vehicles and vehicles specifically modified for particular job use will be applied per federal guidelines. Eligibility criteria for home use of county vehicles. Only those employees who are subject to callback on a 24-hour, 7-day-per-week basis or as an on-call emergency responder are eligible to take a county-owned or leased vehicle home for travel to and from work. Violations of this vehicle use policy is grounds for disciplinary action, including termination of employment.
So as you know, I get the direct calls when there's a fire alarm here, fire panel problem. I get the direct text messages and calls when there's heating and cooling problems, and I do respond, whether it's 24/7. It's typically at night, and unfortunately, typically on the weekends. I've slowly been taken back over those same type calls for the highway shop. It typically would call Jared first, call Terry second, call me third. But I do believe it's a building function to deal with any kind of a fire panel problem out there more than a highway shop person. So I've been stepping in more, doing more of those type calls. And of course, then snow removal.
I don't know, John. I think you have a strong case because you've got responsibilities that are 24/7. If something happens at the courthouse and you're home at night, you have to drive down here. And we're also asking you to go to the 4-H. And that's on the other side of the county, and we're also asking you to go to the airport. So you got a lot of traveling going on here. So if anybody needed a vehicle, you'd probably be one that would use it the most outside of our highway superintendent.
So obviously, John, there's a policy which you've read to us, and you adhere to that policy, or you meet that requirement. So are you just looking for a verbal or actual motion to say, yes, it's authorized for you to use that vehicle to go home?
It requires the commission to approve it.
And then you'd have to work with Julie on all the other.
Julie R. Sherry on how I get. So
With that-
basically, the mileage will be charged back to a benefit to me, and
So-
I will have to pay the taxes on that.
Madam Chair, I'd authorize the use of that vehicle under our guidelines for the
Second.
superintendent.
We got a motion and a second, and this is only your vehicle, correct?
Yes, correct.
So we would service it and pay the gas just like a sheriff's department
It's-
vehicle, or
it's a-
what?
Well, it's our vehicle.
It's our vehicle.
Correct. That's.
We already do.
As much as I could, it would be primarily for my use. I'm not saying if one of the other pickups is broke down, I wouldn't have to dedicate that vehicle to John or Tom to use. It's, you know. I think in those instances, I just wouldn't claim the mileage on that type of use, you know?
We also had precedent once. We had a person that worked for the highway department that lived in Lennox and had use of a pickup to drive back and forth all the time. So, Mr. Jacobson was his name. Madam Chair, call the question,
Yep,
please.
we have a motion and a second. Sean, will you call?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
I'm gonna abstain. All right, we are gonna move on to Sean, item 12.
Hello. Good afternoon, I guess. In February, this board authorized notice to airport consultants requesting statements of qualification for a project in our 020-2022 AIP grant. Now is the time to choose one of the three that submitted qualifications. They are the American Engineering Testing, Inc., Braun Intertech, and Soil Technologies, Inc. I have included their statements of qualifications attached to this agenda, as well as a blank rating sheet if you so choose to use that. However, selection is supposed to be based on the following criteria: capability to perform all sampling and testing of aspects of the apron reconstruction project, that's to be 30%. Knowledge of FAA standards, policies, and procedures is an additional 30%. Recent experience with comparable projects at similarly sized airports is 10%, and history of meeting schedules and staying within budget, 20%. And 5, understanding of the project's potential challenges and sponsors' concerns.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
unless I get a stern look from somebody, I'm going to motion to table this until our next meeting.
I'll second
I'll-
All right. Sean, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
Yes. Commissioner Schmidt, item 14.
We've had considerable interest on a carbon pipeline that runs the length of our county, and this morning I put this on the agenda because if we are going to have a comment from our county commission, we have to apply to the PUC for a party status, a party withstanding, so that we're able to level our comments to them. There is an application process, and I'm asking for a motion on the part of the commission to apply for this party of status or a party withstanding, so that we're able to listen to the individuals that have many comments, and we're able to articulate a proposal or a statement that we wish to make to the PUC. Joy, do you have any comments that you want to make? I think there's been a lot of misunderstanding as to why this is. This is just the first step, but it allows us to have a voice and a comment to them. Do you have any further comments?
Yes, this is Joy Hone. And yesterday, mid-morning, I'd like to tell you I received an urgent call from a very agitated landowner that lives a couple miles south of us. He was very upset that there was a survey crew on his land without any permission from him and any legal notification from Summit. From past experience, I'm here to tell you that is how these companies operate. They walk all over landowners, and we need protection. We need this protection from you. We need you to consider the safety and welfare of the citizens and landowners of Lincoln County, in addition to the liability that is put on landowners. Landowners cannot obtain liability insurance with this type of pipeline coming through their land. So we're asking you to show your concern and position with this pipeline because we know that there is more to come. PUC Commissioner Gary Hansen said that they need to know where the county stands. Please consider applying for party status by this Friday, April 8th. It's just reserving a seat at the table. Since there is so much unknown about this project and the regulations that they fall under, it is critical to keep legal standing in the case in order to ensure that the county will have a voice in the process if they so desire. You will not have the opportunity to express the county's concerns or opinion after the party status deadline of this Friday, April 8th. You have the responsibility to protect us, to protect the citizens and landowners of Lincoln County, not to Summit and not to put billions of dollars in their pockets at the cost of our lives and our land. And I'd like to thank you for also putting it on next week's agenda.
Thank you. So I'm proposing two things. One, as Joy said, we have a public meeting on next week's agenda to address this issue. But more importantly, today, I move for a resolution to apply for a party status or party withstanding to the PUC, signed by our chairperson.
You use the language resolution, I'm going to call it an application,
Okay.
because that appears to be what it is. It's an application for party status. I don't know if everybody's got a chance to look at it. Can pass it around.
Well, all it is
It's
an
pretty simple,
application,
yeah, it's pretty simple. So we've heard the request.
Does this require state's attorney resources to be dedicated to responding to every filing that's made in response to us intervening as a party?
I don't think that's been determined at this point in time.
Have you read this?
Yes.
Every county, I think, from throughout Iowa, and South Dakota, Minnehaha has, Brown has, McPherson has, every pipeline that it touches has applied for this. We're the only one, in my understanding, is that has not applied to the POC at this time.
I know it was on Turner County's calendar as well today, but to your question, it depends on the position and what the commission is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I keep hearing people say that this just means we get the notices and everything, but the notices are all published on the internet. You can just look them up. You don't have to intervene in order to receive notices from the PUC. But my concern is we've got serious criminal law issues that need to be taken care of in this county, and I don't want to see scarce law enforcement resources dedicated within the state's attorney's office to having to be intervening in a case where you've got all these other counties now that are intervening. They can take care of it.
Your points are well taken, Commissioner Aaron's. So the way I'm reading this, to be entitled to intervene, it says one must apply the facts provided in the application for party status to the law and precedent. So I think right now it's just submitting an application that gives us the ability to do that. Is that fair? It's not making the decision to intervene. It's just putting us on the list that we can possibly if we want to.
It is the first step to become a party intervener. You have to show within the statutes that you have a right to intervene and then to participate. So yes, it's the first step in the process, and that's why I'm saying how much is dedicated or how much is actually what the commission position is hasn't been determined. This is just an application to get intervention. And then you can participate. You can do a little or you can do a lot.
We don't ever have to intervene if we don't want to.
No. we
Correct.
can
I mean,
always
this
give-
doesn't obligate us.
We could give notice and we could always,
It just allows you the right. I mean, you have to register in order to have that status.
Yes, April 8th is the final deadline.
Madam Chair, for the record, I will need to abstain from any voter discussion on this topic.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a motion on the floor.
You-
Do I have a second?
You do. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, Sean, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Aaron's,
No.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins abstains, Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
I don't know if it matters. Yes. What was the vote on that then, Sean?
That is 3 yeas, 1 abstained, and 1 nay.
All right. Moving on. We are on item 15, and this is on our agenda as a ballot drop box policy. Do we have a drop box policy? I didn't see one in the share drive.
I don't think we do.
Okay, so Sherry, do you want to come up and tell us about the Dropbox so that everybody's on the same page, knows what we're talking about?
Okay, so the history of the Dropbox is after mass media attention set fear in the voters that their ballot would not be safely delivered or processed through the post office. And also during the pandemic of 2020, the commissioners had shut down the courthouse except for by appointment. People needed a secure delivery method to get their ballots to the auditor's office. This was a safe, contactless option. There was no fraudulent activity due to the ballot drop box. Every ballot in the box had an absentee ballot application already in the office. That's every ballot. From the time the box was installed, it was under 24-hour surveillance. The box was checked first thing in the morning. Had there been any activity, suspicious activity that happened, we would have been able to view the footage from the night before. People were pleased that they had this option. I know this because it was used. Why did I choose to move the drop box now? We didn't have handicap accessible doors at the sheriff's entrance when we purchased the drop box. So it's been moved there for more security. And we're improving security on all facets of the election. This is the only noticeable one. Thousands of people took advantage of the drop box. They also took advantage of the sheriff's deputy that we had in Sioux Falls in order to make sure that their ballots were being processed correctly. None of our office procedures for validating the absentee ballots changed during the time, even with the overwhelming number of absentee ballots that we received. During the canvassing of the 2020 general election, there were compliments from the board as well as the public regarding the handling and the options for these drop box and drop sites. There was no fraudulent activity proven to be had, so I don't see at this point any reason to remove them.
All right, I have a question for legal counsel. My understanding of elections in the auditor's office is she's a constitutional officer elected, that we don't have any direct control or management of her office. Is that a fair statement?
I can overcomplicate things, but yes. So
In other words, we don't get to tell Sherry what to do.
Secretary of State runs the elections, the election board runs and sets the rules. It's set out in statute what everybody has to follow and rules. The commission role in most or the commission's role is to go ahead and do the canvassing, which you've done in the past. But the operations of local elections is left to the auditor. So
Do we have control over our buildings and grounds?
to some extent.
And so if there's a drop box, which is not a ballot box under the definition provided under statute, we have authority the commission has authority on where to place that, correct? Since it does not constitute an official ballot box?
No, I believe it falls under an extension of the auditor's office to receive absentee ballots. So it would be, I would consider it to be a part of her office in receiving the ballots.
How many other counties have this, if anyone knows? Do you know, Sherry?
The counties that I've dealt with in the Southeast District, especially during the pandemic, all of them had drop boxes because most of the county offices were closed.
So I anticipated that response with regard to the drop box as an extension of the ballot box. And here's my understanding of that issue is under SDCL 12-19-7, that is marking and folding ballot. Here's what that statute says. A voter voting an absentee ballot shall mark it and fold it without revealing the marks to any other person. The voter shall place the voted ballots in the return envelope provided and seal the envelope. The voter shall sign the statement on the return envelope. The voter shall either mail the ballot, deliver it in person, or have it delivered to the person in charge of the election. And my point is the statute does not allow the authority for a drop box to be considered an extension of the auditor's office because it's not specifically provided for in state law, number one, because we are commanded to accept ballots to the person in charge of the election. Now, when an individual drops a ballot into a drop box, they are surrendering an absentee ballot we're talking about here. They're surrendering that ballot to an object which they're not authorized to under law because the statute specifically says you got to deliver it to the person in charge of the election, not an inanimate object that is a vis-a-vis an extension. And also, drop boxes have not been enabled or authorized by the Secretary of State or, more importantly, by the legislature. And so I'm concerned that the auditor is usurping power from the legislature by creating a device or a method for voting or receiving, serving as a receptacle of a ballot.
Then if you want a
that-
ballot
I'm not
box,
finished.
I'm going to stop you
Well,
because
why
this
am
is
I
getting
being
partisan and political.
Why am I being interrupted when I'm making
Because
a
this is a
point?
limited forum and there's limits even for commissioners.
Well, I think as a
And we
matter
are-
of
we are
civility, it's
overstepping.
important to allow people to just finish making their point.
We are
Say their piece.
overstepping.
Well, isn't that the discussion that we're trying to have?
I think you should come to us with a policy, discuss it with legal counsel, discuss it with the auditor, before sitting up here and giving everybody a bunch of rhetoric for your political pundits.
Well, I'm sorry that you want to challenge my motives. My only motive for being here
Of course, and
is
here
to
you
comply
go,
with the law.
and you're out of order. If you want to
think the
discuss
ballot
this and bring a actual policy forward that's been vetted by legal counsel and our auditor and the Secretary of State, please do so.
I don't want a policy. I want the box removed. Because there is no policy, because you can't comply with something that's inherently illegal.
Then discuss
and/or
it with legal
unconstitutional.
counsel.
But as a commissioner, I have no requirement to discuss with legal counsel before putting an issue on the agenda for discussion.
And the issue is on the agenda. I think you're overstepping. I don't think you
In what
control,
way?
I don't think we control the auditor's office and how she runs her elections. You certainly can disagree with that, but I'd like you to talk to legal counsel about it. And maybe it's a topic better left for executive session.
Well, I'm making a motion to have the to have the drop box removed.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? Motion fails. All right, we're moving on to Carla Goosen.
I have a question.
This is not a public hearing. This is not a public hearing.
So you're saying you don't want to hear the voters?
I am not saying that. This is not a public hearing.
Violation of the law having that box out there.
sat here for 4 hours to speak about this. I don't know who told you. I don't know who told you this would be a public hearing. It is not.
How come every other thing was discussed here this morning besides this?
They were advertised public hearings that are required to be a public hearing.
So what do we gotta do to get it on your next agenda then?
It's an agenda item. We should be allowed to speak.
We should be allowed to speak here.
It is not a public hearing.
How do we do that then? How do we make?
I am not here to give you advice.
You are not here to serve us. You're just here to muzzle us, right?
That's not true at all.
Just remember, you're all up for it.
Well, you're muzzling.
You need to be booted the out. You won't listen to us.
It's an agenda item.
I'm going to call the meeting back to order. If anybody speaks out, they're going to be asked to leave.
Don't worry about it. We're leaving.
We're on item 16 of our agenda.
Oh, excuse me, sir. You have my phone number. You can,
I called it and you won't answer.
excuse me, sir. Please give me your number so I can call you now, if you say you've called me. Thank you.
Go ahead, Carla.
Good afternoon. In accordance to South Dakota Codified Law 10-3-14, it's an annual conference with the County Commission and the Director of Equalization. It's held in the office of the County Commission, which is these chambers. Here to discuss duties and responsibilities of the Director of Equalization. I have put forward in your agenda packet some information that we have discussed in previous years. I've held true to the same type of format. Last week, we had a workshop in regards to the assessor's office, the appeals process, and the overall assessments for 2022. That has been part of the discussion that we have dealt with during this discussion. I wanted to, since we discussed that last week, I wanted to bring forth some information that we did not discuss, and that was the growth that the Equalization Office has over the last couple of years incurred. If you look at our 21 information sheet, you can see our property transfers have increased 30% from 2020 to 2021. And from 21 to 2022, we continually see a 17% increase. It's no surprise to anybody. You've heard all day long today that, you know, the growth in Lincoln County. The growth is happening in many parts of the county, as for building permits, property transfers, plating, just about everything. So this comes at, like I said, this comes as no surprise to you. Some of the information that I want to highlight again, other than the growth, which we all are aware of, is assessments and where our assessments lie in relation to the sales price of properties that are being sold. Our agricultural properties for the 2020 through November 1st, 2020 year through October 31st, 2021, our ag transfers resulted in about a 36% assessment to sale price ratio. Keep in mind, our agricultural properties are being valued on the productivity system and not a market approach to valuation. So having a low ratio is of no surprise statewide. It's not a market valuation system, it's productivity. Our non-ag transfers, which we had a few, 1,499 transfers for the 2021 assessment year, reflective for our 2022 values. We were coming up with a median assessment ratio of 78.92. So we are at 78.92% of the assessed value to sale price percentages. By law, we are to be between 85 and 100%. I have strongly encouraged Lincoln County Commission staff to be right around 92%. We fell short this year. We came in at about 90%. I think overall it was flat rate of 90%. The previous year in 2020, we were at 90.82 after all of our changes. And some of the most dramatic changes that took place for the 2022 assessment year was our land valuation that took place in the rural parts of the county. Our price per acre increased, and how we looked at our remaining acres. We started with a base of 2 acres, and then we had a tiered system. 3 to 10 acres was another pricing range, and then we tiered it off again. So our 10 to 20 acres was another tier. As we were in the northern part of the county, the prices are dramatically higher, and this was all sales-driven when we came up with the valuation system. I think we covered that pretty much last week. I can go over it again if you want.
Carla, didn't you also say that the state reassessed pasture lands for farmers as well, that it hadn't been increased for years? And I know that that affected a number in the agricultural sector as well.
That might be a two-part question. I don't know if it's being intertwined with something, but our agricultural land gets reevaluated every year. Our crop top dollar changes based on the Olympic averages and the productivity scale that's set in law. And also our grass rating as well. I think what you're leading into is we had a reclassification of all of our agricultural properties in Lincoln County because the law changed and it went into effect July 1 of 2021. So we reached out to all of our properties under 40 acres because that's our minimum requirement for agricultural land in Lincoln County. We had them reclassified to see if they still qualified for the agricultural classification. The first and primary criteria that you must meet to be eligible for agricultural land is it has to be agricultural productive, meaning you have to be doing something agricultural on the land. The second and third criteria, you have to meet one of the other two, is acre requirements, which is Lincoln County is 40 acres, or an income. The state has set forth an income guideline. In the last 3 of 5 years, you have to have at least $2,500 of agricultural income coming from the land. So we made everyone requalify that was under 40 acres. I think roughly about 175 people were no longer qualifying for agricultural because of that reclassification that we sent out. So some good news. Just to keep moving along, I know it's been a long day for you. Our reappraisal is scheduled to be on the last final phase for Lincoln County. In 2022, we are going into Hudson and Beersford, and then also the townships of the bottom tier of 96, so it'd be Eden, Norway, Pleasant, and Brooklyn. We will be doing the reappraisal in those areas this year for the 2023 assessment year, and then we have completely gone full circle in the countywide reappraisal. This summer, we will, staff and I, and maybe the help with some of the commission, will look at what the next phase of the reappraisal cycle may look like. Door to door, questionnaires, what did we learn? What did we do right? What did we do wrong? What do we need to change? So that's something that we'd probably be discussing for 2023. But good news is we've been through a complete reappraisal of Lincoln County. The appraisal staff will be out in the field sometime this April, and we'll get it done for the 23 assessment year.
Anybody have any questions for Carla?
Carla, do you have the number of appeals that we're facing?
Yep. So this time also, We look at the appeals that are up and coming. We had a brief discussion in regarding to scheduling and what was going to be on the docket. This is what Donna Eckley has put together so far for the commission. As of, by the time I came down here this morning, we were looking at 101 appeals that were coming to the commission. The deadline is today, so they have until 11:59 to file an appeal to the County Board of Equalization. We have four owner-occupied appeals coming forth to you. Consolidated, which is with the City of Canton, we have about 10. We have 6 appeals that have missed the deadline or did not go to the local Board of Equalization, or both. This is what we have slated for you so far. On Tuesday, the morning and afternoon session, we'll be hearing those appeals in our rural sector, so our townships. In the evening, we will look at our Sioux Falls, be hearing our Sioux Falls appeals. On Wednesday afternoon, small towns and our commercial appeals will be heard, and then Wednesday evening, consolidated. Now, that would fulfill what we have for the 101 appeals that we have so far, but not knowing what we will encounter in the next 12 hours, what I would like the board to decide is our overflow would be on Thursday. If you would pick in order which sessions we would be using for our overflow. We do have some more time here in consolidated. In the evening, you would probably break as consolidated and reconvene as County Board of Equalization. We have a few slots available there. We'll fill that up first since you're already here. But if you were to choose session 1, 2, and 3, can the board come to a consensus on which would come first? If we were to have an overflow, or if you would like me to choose, I can do that as well. We have a 4-person board in the evening.
I think the evening makes the most sense.
Okay. That would have been my
Personally.
first choice. Yep. Okay. We will also be hearing the owner-occupied appeals, tax exempts, administrative type changes, meaning property owners the properties have been inspected by an appraiser. We've come up with a recommendation, and the property owner is in agreeance of it. We'll be hearing those type of appeals starting at 10 a.m. on the 12th of April. So next Tuesday, we'll start the Boards of Equalization. Right now, it looks like about 2 hours.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Carla, I might be able to come more than I'm signed up for, so I'll show up if I sure can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all it is.
All right, consider a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Also move.
Thank you.
Do you have a second?
Sean, we call the roll?
Who was the
I
first?
think I had Aaron.
Aaron's and somebody over there.
I'll take the second then.
Okay.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes.